Do we have, let me know when we're ready.
I'm ready to go whenever you guys are.
Okay, do we have everyone? 1, 2, 3. There's Karen. There I am. Okay, it's 5. Okay. This is Monday, February 8th, 5 p.m. Meeting. We'll be going to closed sessions here in a minute. First of all, though, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Fair.
Here.
Councilmember Silverstein.
Here.
Councilmember Euring.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti.
Here.
Mayor Pearson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. So we are here, called to order. Can we go to public comment on closed session items?
We have 5 speakers signed up to speak on this item. They are Sharon Borowski, HGF, Elizabeth Robinson, and Cheryl Culvert, and Jennifer DeNicola. I'm not seeing any of those speakers in the meeting under those names.
Okay.
Is it possible they really signed up for the general meeting and made a mistake?
They are signed up for public comment on closed session items. I don't know if they had other intentions.
Okay. Seen none of them here. Thought I'd pause a minute, see if anyone showed up. All right. Well, I guess that's it for public comment. And we will now recuse ourselves or recess to closed session. Counselors, see you at the other login.
On the other side.
On the other side. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry about that. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, I can't hear you now.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
There we go. Okay. I believe I am ready to go if you guys are.
Okay, let's do it.
Ready.
John, do you want to finish up our closed session meeting? Is that how we're
Mayor,
doing?
members of the council, there's a point in time on the agenda for that. It'll come up after roll call. And
Oh, there is.
After
Okay.
the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I see that there. That's awesome. Okay. I'm calling the meeting to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Fair,
Here.
Councilmember Silverstein,
Here.
Councilmember Euring,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti,
Here.
Mayor Pearson.
Yes.
You have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you. Now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge
Pledge
allegiance
allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. John, can you give us the closed session report, please?
certainly, Mayor, members of the council, good evening. The council did convene a closed session tonight at 5 p.m. to discuss the 3 items listed on the closed session agenda. At the conclusion of that item, that closed session, which ended at 6 p.m., the council took no reportable actions. That concludes my report.
Thank you, John. Can I have a motion for approval of the agenda?
I so move.
Okay, and I think Bruce seconded. Okay, I'd like to request that we, if it's okay with the second and the first and the second, that we adjourn in memory of Paul Burns, who for 20 years, Burns has done our street maintenance in the city of Malibu, and he suddenly passed away unexpectedly. I just heard about it late this afternoon. So if we could add that to our approval of the agenda, would that be okay with you,
Yes.
Paul, and you, Bruce?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Can I have a report on the posting of the agenda?
Mayor Pearson, would you like me to call the roll call on that vote first?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti,
Yes.
Mayor Pearson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Can I have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on January 28th, 2021, with the amended agenda posted on February 2nd, 2021, and the second amended agenda posted on February 4th, 2021.
Thank you very much. We have an item 1A and an update on recent fires in Malibu by Los Angeles County Fire Department Battalion Chief Smith.
All right. Good
Hi, Drew.
evening. You got me?
Yeah, got you, Drew. Thank you for being here.
Fabulous. Glad to be here. Hope everybody's doing well. Your fire family is doing well. I can say with all the COVID that we have going on, we have completed our second rounds of vaccination throughout the organization and have had 75% compliance. And with all the new positive cases we've had, all have been employees that have denied or have not taken the vaccination. So we're done with our second rounds, and our data, if you will, or our employees have significantly reduced the amount of COVID cases we have within the organization. I just want to give you a little highlight on that. So within the recent fires, and what I'll look at is the past year. So meaning 2020 and 2021 launching into this new year. So within the Santa Monica Mountains, we've had a total of 23 fires, and the largest one being in the Malibu Creek State Park that went for 92 acres. And if you look at the fires that we've had, 15 of them have been in or adjacent to the city of Malibu. And just going into our fire frequency, you have to remember that fire frequency can really only be determined one way. And most of the time, it is human activity of some sort, mechanical failure. We don't live in a Mother Nature type of fire regime. We need human interaction. We've had a total of 4 that we can really point at that we've had with transient type of, or those people experiencing homelessness that we've had recently, and several of those were up Tuna Canyon, where we know that we have a significant transient population through there. So if we look at when the fires have started, all of them have been relatively small in nature, really not getting past 5 acres, where the average fire was at or around 1 acre. So just remembering on what we do as your fire department. We have the largest initial attack fire organization that there is, where we come with our ground resources with our 7 engines, our 4 hand crews, our 4 aircraft, our dozer teams and overhead. And we can easily augment that, as you know, when we have a start to deal with any type of wildland emergencies. I know that there's great awareness to the wildland fire threat, but I'd like you to look at our prime time for fires are really starting in late September, early October, going to Christmas. And that Christmas time can be very fluctuating between Halloween and Christmas, depending on if Mother Nature turns on the sprinkler system for us. So if you look at what we have now, we have had close to 6 inches of rain throughout Southern California. We average 14 inches a year. I know that there's a lot of issues, or people want to know about how does the climatology affect wildland start and spread in the Santa Monica Mountains that can impact our cities, and one of that, of course, being the city of Malibu. Well, one of my other sideline jobs that I do for the organization is at the national level, the state level, and the local levels is being a fire behavior analyst. So I live in this fire regime, fire dynamics, operational mode of looking at how do we combat fires and what is best practice on what we're going to do, and looking at the relative risk every day. So what I'd like to do is open it up to any questions that you may have to maybe bring some clarity to things, or maybe give you some factual information that I'll be able to provide for you in regarding to wildland fire in the Santa Monica Mountains, or that will impact the city of Malibu.
Okay. City Council, questions? Bruce?
I have a question. Thank you for that report. It seemed to me that it may be thanks to our lucky stars that there weren't severe winds when the fires that were associated with the indigent community were started. Am I right about that? That those fires luckily occurred on nights when the winds were manageable in terms of firefighting?
That's correct. And so during our Santa Ana wind season, when we have a high risk day, that is when we know we are launching into a east wind event. That is when we have the probability for largest fire growth. And on those days that are routine, you know that you can count. If we look at 365 days a year, we look at summertime when grass is dry out. But we know that relatively throughout a normal day, outside of a high risk day, we're going to get 70 to 82 degree temperatures, relative humidities between 15 and 30% during the day, but at night routinely is above 35%. So when we have the fuel conditions and the climatology, it doesn't support large fire growth. So yes, if we have a high risk day, we have a significant chance to have a large fire. And that is one thing that we do is we, as you know, mobilize resources. We'll put them on Pacific Coast Highway. We'll put them on the inland corridor at Fire Station 89 so we can navigate Malibu Canyon. We can navigate Canyon Road. We can take Topanga Canyon to have that augmented workforce for combating those fires. And if I put on my fire behavior, my fire ecology hat, the more little fires we get to mimic Mother Nature's fire regime, the better off we are. So right now, the city of Malibu has a blank canvas. You have had a significant fire, which was the Woolsey fires, you know. We've had good reproduction that's coming back. We know that we do have a chance, even though we have lighter fuels, that you could promote a large fire based upon wind. But you could have the same rate of spread, but the energy release that comes out of a fuel bed that is 2 years old, 3 years old, compared to stuff such as Topanga Canyon that hasn't seen fire frequency since either the 96 Calabasas fire or going back to the 93 Old Topanga fire. The more tons per acre you have, the more tactical opportunities come into play, because you don't have the same options with the amount of heat energy that comes out of an advancing wildfire with so much heat energy coming out of it. So looking at the city of Malibu, these little fires that we do have on the outside of a wind-driven or a high-risk day is actually very beneficial for community, for the community and structured defense and life safety.
Thank you.
Really, I know I went long on that there, Bruce, but
no, that was informative. I appreciate it.
Steve?
You're muted, Steve.
Yes, thank you for coming in, Drew.
Yes, sir.
Controlled burns.
Yes.
I am getting comments on both sides of the equation. Some people saying controlled burns would be helpful to help us control future fires. On the other side, you've got the people saying that controlled burns, what they basically do is when you burn it out, non-native plants come in, which may be more susceptible to fire risk. What do you think?
That is a great one. So there's 3 ways to manage the land. And this is when we get into a land management plan. There's only 3 ways to do that. And that is with land mammal use. It's with fuel modification through mastication or mechanical modification and or prescribed fire. We don't use chemical means anymore. Not a fan of that. However, going back before everybody lived in the Santa Monica Mountains, I'll give you a little history from the whaling ships and the vessels that sailed the seas. There would be a significant amount of east wind that would actually push fires across the landscape. But how did they start? They started with lightning that happened in July and August and festered around for a month or 2 months, got in heavy fuels, and then the wind pushed it, and then it drove it to the ocean and created a mosaic effect. So I can tell you with prescribed fire mimicking Mother Nature's fire regime, you can do that. It's not always the right application. It's one of those 3 methods. The land mammals, which is goats, mechanical modification, and or prescribed fire. So I can tell you with prescribed fire, there is significant amount of truth that you could put too much fire on the landscape and alter that vegetation. But those of you that have lived here for a significantly long time, if you go to areas within the Santa Monica Mountains, it either seeds or sprouts, and a lot of it that sprouts comes back. So if you look at portions of the 93 Topanga fire, the 96 Calabasas fire, remember, it looked like the moon. The earth was formed, and look at the fuel bed now and how robust and evergreen that it is. So I can tell you on the sensitivity side of prescribed burning, I do that all over the country. Besides for LA County, I do it for our federal partners and state partners all over the country. Is one of my things that I do. And you can actually write the prescription to get the end use that you want. So I can say this, if we know that we have a heavy fuel loading, we can look at the environmental conditions, we can look at the fuel conditions. And if we needed to take out 100% of the dead fuel and leave 50% of the live fuel, we can do that based upon how you put fire across the landscape. And we do that within a prescriptive window, meaning that outside air temperature is no greater than 80%, wind speeds are no greater than 10 miles an hour, fine fuel moisture content is not less than 7, live fuel moistures, depending on what you want to do. There's a lot of benefit to doing an early spring burn because live fuel moistures are high. You have a significant heat sink behind it, and you can get rid of all the dead in there and leave a significant amount of the live. So non-native invasive plants, yes, they happen. But do you remember post-Woolsey fire, the amount of fire-dependent flora that came up that hasn't been seen in the Santa Monica Mountains or Malibu area for quite some time? So what causes that? Because truthfully, there's not these big workforce of people saying, hey, I got a great idea, I'm going to go plant these noxious weeds. It's done through migratory birds and animals and all this other good stuff in nature. But for the most part, that evergreen fuels come back. Are they going to take a hit? Yes, but the outcome of how fire moves across the landscape and what disturbance you have under a Woolsey type of scenario isn't controllable. When we do prescribed fire, it's controllable because we're in charge on how we put the fire on the ground and what climatology and fuel conditions are there to mimic Mother Nature's fire regime. Because going into June and July and August, everybody should say yes to this. There is a chance that we do get lightning, correct? In the Santa Monica Mountains. They do start fires, but rarely do those fires get over 5 acres, so you have a mosaic pattern. Before we inhabited all this is how it was managed. Or it was managed from something with lightning in the Newhall Pass, festering in the heavier fuels, and then actually entering and getting to the Pacific Ocean at some point in time, but not with a widespread 14-mile fire front like the Woolsey fire had. Sorry to go on that, but I got a lot of info on that kind of stuff.
No, Drew, thank you very, very much. I may touch base with you again to learn more, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Paul, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so pleased that you're here and to hear you speaking positively about prescribed burns. I'm not aware of any that have occurred in LA County since the late 80s. Maybe I've missed some. So if you, obviously they work other places and they're using them other places, but we have I think we have a political problem, not on the part of the city council, but on the part of other agencies. The other thing is I would like you to say something similarly positive about the goats, because I'm hearing more and more about other communities embracing them and using them to provide a belt of safety.
Right. So going with those 3 methods for land management to reduce the energy release that comes out of that fuel bed when we get into where we need or have a life safety component, which is paramount, and then a structural defense, which is secondary. Goats are fabulous because you can put them up on the landscape because the soil disturbance is different with land mammals than it is prescribed fire, than it is with mechanical modification. So each one of those, it's not pick one. A lot of times we'll use all 3 treatment methods based upon the project. There's a significant amount of benefit to taking that lands management approach to manage the fuel bed. If we didn't have structures in the way, it wouldn't matter. We can just let it get as large and as robust as we like. But as I said earlier, once you have the fuel loading that's too large and the energy that comes out of it, our tactical opportunities become less. So goats are phenomenal. Prescribed fire, the last one I think we did was the Big Rock, and then before that was Charmley Park, and that was in the early 90s, if you remember that. And we also did a mitigation in the Las Virgenes Malibu Canyon State Park, where we eradicated all the Russian star thistle, and that happened in the early 90s. We did it 3 years in a row with as much heat as you can, because those fields you get to on the west side of Las Virgenes Road was full of star thistle, and we did prescribed fire and eradicated it. And that was, I have to go back. I was on all the fires you're talking about since '88, since I've been with the organization involved in the program. So there's a lot of benefit, and we've never lost one in the Santa Monica Mountains. People have heard that we have never lost one, because we manage those fires where we have the advantage. Plus, we have a significant amount of aircraft, ground resources, and we don't do it without a burn plan with qualified people to implement. Hope that's good for you.
Okay, Bruce?
Yeah.
Yeah. Two questions. One to follow up on Paul's initial comments. So I was thinking about this. Is there a legal prohibition of some sort to your doing controlled burns now? And if there's not, what does it take to get one to be accomplished? And then the second question I have to have in your mind is, I'd like to understand if there have been any major fires here that were caused by non-undergrounded electrical wires in the city, as contrasted with things that occurred somewhere else and then ended up coming here.
Okay, I can answer the latter first. I don't know, but I can look into on the wires and fires issue that impacted or had some challenges with the city. I don't know that answer off the top of my head. I'll have to look into that, sir. As far as the legal process for prescribed fire, any mechanical or modification for a fuels project, two ways we can do it. We can do one for training. If we have private landowner, we can do it and be successful. We then, if we have city, county, state lands, we have to go through CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, to go through the environmental review, if you will, for the projects that we want to do. There is a process. It does take time, but we have a plan in place to do it. But what handcuffs is all the political pushback for people that do not want to use prescribed fire. They don't want us cutting any of the brush or trees and or goats on modifying those fuels. And it needs to be, and we need to look at the public safety component to that. And one of those three methods is significant for the public safety component. So there is a process. I'm glad to give you any of the literature on how we do it on within the CEQA process. In fact, the last one that I have lost track if you do or you don't now was Charmley Park. That was a project that we had on the books that we were supposed to burn in 2018, and the Woolsey burned it for us.
So it's a political process, not a legal prohibition. It's a question
Correct.
of just getting buy-in from the right people.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And
you.
I can send you, I can talk to Megan, I can send you the new national fire plan and also the state fire plan on what the governor would like to do with the amount of prescribed burned and blackened treated acres that he'd like to do. And so people have this vision that we just want to go out and you're going to see the moon, and you're not. You may in some areas for maybe 4 months, but as you know, it's gonna get very green and very lush as we get into our rainfall months. So there will be some time that it's not aesthetically appealing. But then if everybody just waits, and then you wait till February, March, it looks beautiful. You can manage it.
Wow. Well, thank you, Drew. One last question. We'll let you go. You may have seen that today we got a sizable grant for sirens in our area. Just since you're here, I'd be curious on your thought on let's just assume it's a well-done siren system.
So there's a lot of benefit to that. And I feel that the early warning sirens, and actually we've been working with the Topanga folks with this for about 4 years now, and that's neat on the sirens. So I see that the public education component behind it is going to be great. Plus with the zones that are in place and that messaging and how it can all link. So I think we're going to have to look at how the rollout needs to be. I support it. I feel it's a good thing. I feel there's even some other things we can couple on to enhance that endeavor with markings and literature that you see. If you hear the siren with literature and letting people know what zone they're in, just as a sign where it says no parking, but you're in zone. I think there's a lot that we do. I'm a fan.
Okay.
I really am.
Great.
I'd love to work on that project with you.
Yeah, of course. We'll, like always, we'll team up. Okay, last question, Bruce. I'm gonna move on.
Yeah, Mikey, thank you, because you spurred a thought, and this was going to come up later anyway, so it'd be great to have an expert's view on it. When we're going to be talking about budget later, and we have an item for beacon boxes, and I'm curious what your feeling is about the efficacy of them and whether they help you or not.
So the concept behind a beacon box is to where you can access and have information regarding a community. I think that it's good, but you have to remember that we have the ability, and I'd actually have to show you with a QR code, I can give all the maps to anybody who's fighting fire and our moving map technology that our engines have. And if we have outside resources, the QR codes that you can be pushed to your phone or to your iPad for an Avenza map system, you can do that. Do I think that you can have a beacon box system that has certain pieces of information on it? I think that would be highly beneficial. I think but one thing, I just don't want you getting into purchasing snake oil. I really think that we need to look at it closely on how it needs to be rolled out, because there is some benefit, but it's not a save-all, because we have a significant amount of technology right now that goes to our fire apparatus and to our iPads for moving maps.
And just to give it more context, all the beacon boxes have QR codes, flash drives, maps, fire prediction maps, all of that. So I look forward to showing you all that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they're primarily not designed for you, as you know. They're designed, well, maybe you especially, they're not, but for outside agencies that end up here in big emergencies.
Yeah, I think they're beneficial if you have what's applicable to do that. So sometimes it's too much, it can be too much.
Gotcha.
I'd
Well,
like to work on that with you as well, like we talked.
yeah, be love to show you. I think Shay might be on the line too, and I can connect you guys. It's his from Flame Mapper. It's his project. I just want to thank you very much for coming. You've been fantastic to work out with. As you know, we've been working on other stuff, and just really, really appreciate you. You're an amazing guy. Huge benefit to the city of Malibu, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate the support. I really do. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you again. Okay, we are going to move on to oral communications from the public. I assume we might have one or two speakers.
We do. We have 16 speakers tonight, so I'm going to read them all in order and then call them one by one to speak. They are Bert Ross, Bill Sampson, Mark Bowdy, Robert Brinkman, Craig Gold, Ken Kearsley, Lloyd Ahern, Laura Rosenthal, Ann Payne, Casey Ernst, Jennifer DeNicola, Kim Wong, Nick Pasella, Howard Rudsky, Matt Eskin, Dana Grolick, and Ryan. Our first speaker will be Bert Ross.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ask if they can.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Bert.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Silverstein, you recently posted on Nextdoor, and I quote, "The three on the city council care only about the power, benefits, and personal aggrandizement of public office," close quote. What gives you the right to impugn the motives of your fellow members of the council? Do you really mean what you say? Do you honestly believe that Mikey, Karen, and Paul, all of whom spent years tirelessly serving our community before you ever arrived on the scene, are in this for the power and the glory? Whether you actually believe this or not, your outrageous claim is just one more example of your casually smearing others without any evidence. As you know, 10 former mayors of this town have come out in support of Reva Feldman. These public servants who worked with Reva over many years attested to her exemplary work ethic and the way she, quote, carried out her duties promptly, efficiently, and professionally with integrity and compassion. Yet before you joined the city council and before you worked with our city manager for even a day, you had the unmitigated gall to call her a fascist and corrupt. Have you no decency? Have you no shame? Or do you simply enjoy smearing the reputations of others? Have you not yet learned that you can disagree without being disagreeable? You have much to learn from your running mate, Councilman Euring, who, although he shares some of your views on policy, does not engage in name-calling or in your aggressive and destructive behavior, which may well lead the city into costly litigation. This past November, almost 70% of Malibu's voters cast their ballots to end the name-calling and lack of civility on the national level. We certainly don't need or want this kind of callous and destructive behavior here in Malibu. Thank you.
Bert.
Our next speaker will be Bill Sampson.
Yep, great.
Am I on?
You're on, Bill.
Okay, thank you. I can kind of answer Mr. Ross. Bruce came to the city council actually before he was sworn in, and three of the elected people, Karen, Mikey, and Paul, basically flipped him off. Actually, because they don't like him, because he's aggressive. He is that. He's strident. He's from the East Coast. He's a little bit of Fenway Park. You want a piece of me? You don't hear that at Dodger Stadium. You do hear it back east. I've been to the back east stadiums. The first thing you did, a ceremonial thing, was the Mayor Pro Tem election. Supposedly, that's simply ceremonial. As Mr. Ross said, 10 mayors, they're simply city council members, not mayors. They held a ceremonial position, did endorse Ms. Feldman. All 10 of them and Ms. Feldman refused and failed to follow our zoning code, but that's another matter. What you did when you appointed Paul was you didn't flip off Bruce. Maybe he deserved it. I get you don't like him. You flipped off the people that voted for him, and he got more votes than anybody else. You flipped me off. Not him, you flipped me off. And 2,414 others, I think, is the correct number. You have a chance to make it right. You've left him off of every meaningful committee. It's obvious what you were doing. It was completely disrespectful to the citizens. You were forgotten, as did our most recent president, that you represent the citizens. You don't just represent the guys you like. You represent all of us. So far, you've failed. You just said to us, nah, we don't like your guy. We're going to hurt you. We're going to hurt him, rather. And if it happens to hurt you, we don't care. You've all got a chance to turn it around tonight and make it right. I would hope you would. Mikey and Karen have been here a while. Paul, you have a chance to do the right thing here. I would hope that maybe this time you would. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Our next speaker will be Mark Bowdy.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mark.
Thanks. I'd like to just start by thanking some people who have conducted themselves in an exemplary manner. Reva Feldman, Paul Grisanti, Mikey Pearson, and Karen Ferrer. Mikey, Paul, and Karen, special thanks to you. We really want you to run the city 3-2, unless and until the other two council persons can demonstrate an ability to function and get along. And a very specific thanks for the very wise move of putting Bruce Silverstein on the bench and making sure that he's on no significant committees. We're going to take a close look at the Florida case. It's recent, it's dangerous. I will tell you what I think it shows, aside from the sort of bizarre Trumpian approach to local politics that Bruce Silverstein thinks will work in Malibu. It won't work. It will fail. Bruce appears to me, based on that case, to be the dumbest guy in the room, but he thinks he's the smartest, and that is a very dangerous combination. You cannot put him on any significant committees for a sustained period of time. Reva, thank you so much for 16 years of hard work. You know, during Woolsey and after Woolsey, you were the only person I saw working 16-hour days, 7 days a week. I cannot fathom why anybody would think you're responsible in any way, shape, or form for the Woolsey fire. Malibu has no infrastructure because of NIMBY politics from people like Steve Uring. John Cotty, thank you for being a professional, while Bruce Silverstein turns you into the state bar on contrived specious complaints. It's amazing to me that your calm demeanor in the face of a newly elected rookie whose first act is to turn you into the state bar. It's appalling. Steve Uring, you're going to need to distance yourself from your next door neighbor, Bruce. I don't want to hear, nobody wants to hear any more comments from you about getting paid $1 an hour. You ran for the job. The job doesn't pay anything. There's no power, no benefits. These are tough jobs. Don't make comments about not getting paid or the meetings going smoothly. Not so far. And you and Bruce are the two disruptive forces. Bruce, your camping ordinance is going to be voted down 3-2. It's unenforceable. It's unconstitutional. It's an evict all the homeless proposal. I've read the fine print. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Our next speaker will be Robert Brinkman.
Good evening.
Hi, Robert.
I just wanted to point out that a lot of the people that are complaining about Bruce and his tone are doing it in a tone that I find quite objectionable as well. And we're spending a lot of time about this back and forth, which could be spent on city business and all of us getting a little bit more sleep. And since Bruce is an elected representative, I suggest that we should put the accusations aside and try to work together. As our representatives, he should, of course, have the right to be on any particular, sorry, the word is slipping me. And this is the second or third meeting that I've observed where people just keep throwing insults both ways, and I think it's a waste of time. And in order to not to waste more time, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Our next speaker will be Craig Gold.
Hello?
Hi, Craig. I can hear you.
Excellent. Good evening, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Craig Gold, and I live in Sycamore Park. I am here to ask the city's help in keeping the residents of Malibu from being bullied, harassed, and ultimately harmed by outside agencies. As some here know, back in 2016, an attorney from the MRCA declared publicly that the MRCA had rights to bring the general public onto our private neighborhood streets and use them as public hiking trails. They did this in spite of there not being any recorded public trail or public street anywhere in our community. They hoped that if they said it enough times and if they said it loud enough, that it would become true. We were forced to sue them because they were urging the public to enter our community. They even went so far as to advertise a public trail in Sycamore Park in the local papers. And I want to make it clear, We didn't sue for money. We only asked the judge to interpret the easement rights in our neighborhood, but they needed to bully and harass us more. So the MRCA turned around and hired a private law firm to countersue us, alleging non-existent coastal violations with fines totaling over $200 million, contending that our guard was a de facto gate. That's an absurd proposition that was just yet more bullying and harassment. So in order to protect our security and our privacy, the community decided to apply for an actual gate. And we were following all the rules, even though, the MRCA has made a point to present twisted facts to Coastal in an attempt to give it appeal jurisdiction and take away Malibu's right to self-determination. Finally, last month, the MRCA purchased another residential lot on Escondido Beach and are asking for $131,000 from Coastal to improve access and remove encroachments to Escondido Beach, whatever that means. We're frankly concerned about how they plan on using that money. Now, all of this is just in my neighborhood. We're not the only ones having problems with these agencies. I've talked with folks from Winding Way, Murphy Way, Ramirez Canyon, Big Rock, and Lechuza Beach. These outside agencies are abusing their power and are making changes to our privacy, our security, and the peaceful enjoyment of our homes without consulting residents or even this council. As the MRCA continues to buy properties in our neighborhoods, this problem is simply going to proliferate. So here's my ask. I want the city council to hire someone whose primary job is to monitor the agencies that are trying to change Malibu. This includes the MRCA, SMMC, Coastal, and probably other agencies that I'm not even aware of. It's obvious that these agencies have staff watching over everything in Malibu, and the city should do the same. We need a position that is responsible to review the agendas, staff reports, and meetings, and who can alert neighborhoods when they've been targeted. I don't know what this looks like, whether it's a retainer with a law firm or maybe a part-time position, but I do know that there are smart people on city staff who can help us figure this out. Changes to Malibu need to be made in partnership with the city, not in spite of the city. But when a Park Service attempts to unilaterally change the zoning and traffic and parking patterns and commandeer private roads and private properties, hiking trails, we need the city government to be involved. I hope you'll consider this proposal.
Thank you, Craig.
Our next speaker is Ken Kearsley.
Good evening.
Hi, Ken.
Hi. Good evening, honorable members of the City Council. My name is Ken Kearsley. My bride and I have lived in our private little community of Sycamore Park for the last 58 years. We purchased our small little home in 1963 for $38,500, and we hope that we live there with our future family of 4 children in our private community with safety and security, away from the mayhem of other neighborhoods that we have lived previously. We helped protect Malibu in 1965 with the founding of Malibu Citizens for Good Community Planning, which began the process of making Malibu a separate city. Also, we rallied successfully against the freeway that the state wanted to build through Malibu. We helped stop the installation of an atomic power plant that was proposed for Coral Canyon. Most of all, we opposed the plans of the County of Los Angeles to turn Malibu into Reseda by the Sea with 65,000 residents. Over 5 years ago, a California recreational agency, the MRCA, purchased a residential lot in the Sycamore Park and claimed that this was a public park, which in turn gave the public rights to use our private streets as a hiking trail. Think about that for a minute. If the MRCA is permitted to interpret the law like this, do any of us have the private property rights? I would ask the real estate agents listening, what would you tell a prospective buyer if the streets are private? I would ask the owners of easements of Point Dune, what happens if one of these local agencies buys a lot with a beach key? What would this do to the parking situation on our streets? What if your neighborhoods became like ours, with residents afraid of their future and live in fear of being fined hundreds of thousands of dollars, which we have, and having to pay attorney's fees to protect their privacy and security? I won't bore you with the frustration over the hours of discovery, depositions, and time spent on motions and meetings during this litigation. But the current status is that of today, the property owners of Sycamore Park are now certified as a class, and we have converted this into a suit of class action against the MRCA and SMMC. We are asking the city to establish a fund to help Malibu neighborhoods to hire attorneys to help keep the MRCA from piecemealing each new neighborhood separately. If Malibu neighborhoods lose their privacy and security, then we lose what is Malibu. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your service to Malibu. I know you love Malibu. We have for 58 years.
Thank you, Ken.
Our next speaker will be Lloyd Ahern.
Can you hear me, guys?
I can hear you, Lloyd.
Okay, this is Lloyd Ahern, and I want to thank the City Council for appointing me to the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. As you all know, the MRCA is a close cousin to the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, and I attended the first meeting last week, February 3rd, and it's quite an experience because I haven't been around MRCA that much. I've attended conservancy meetings over the years a lot, but MRCA has as many items on Malibu as does the Mountains Conservancy. And I want to just tell you and reassure you, I'm going to attend both the MRCA and the Mountains Conservancy's meetings and give reports when it's time. Hold on, I got a phone here. And the other thing I want to say is there's going to be a gentleman named Howard Rusky who's going to speak to you tonight about getting somewhat what Ken Kearsley and Craig Gold talked about. But it's any outside agency. We have to control our own destiny. And by doing that, we can't get behind. We always have to be either even or ahead because there's daunting agencies out there. And I don't mean just the Conservancy and MRCA, but Southern California, Edison, things are going to pop up. So I agree in principle. I don't know how we're going to come up with this idea that Howard is going to come up with, but I think we should do some workshops and agendize it and see what we come up with. We'll put the flag up and see who salutes. So I just look forward to a real productive time as serving the council. And I want you to pay attention to what Howard Rusky later on the end of the public comment is going to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Lloyd.
Our next speaker is Laura Rosenthal.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Laura.
Okay, great. Good evening. I would like to read a letter to the editor that was sent by myself and 9 other former mayors. 6 out of the 10 of us were on the council when after Riva became city manager. The letter states, each of us are former mayors and have served with Riva Feldman when she was either the director of administrative services, the assistant city manager, or as presently the city manager. All of us can attest to her exemplary work ethic. In each capacity, Ms. Feldman carried out her duties promptly, efficiently, and professionally, with integrity and compassion. We never had any occasion nor any evidence to believe otherwise. And this letter was signed by Sharon Borofsky, Andy Stern, Lou Lamont, Ken Kearsley, Rick Schuyler, Jeff Jennings, John Seibert, Joanne House, and myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura.
Our next speaker will be Ann Payne.
There, Ann?
Oh, are you there, Ann?
I'm unmuted.
Oh, there you are. I hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking for my family. It says John Payne and I'm on his computer. That's why I didn't know where to unmute fast enough. As a Malibu Creek resident, our family has noticed the increase in the dry brush from the many nutrients, so they're called, which flow down to the ocean and the Malibu Lagoon through Malibu Creek. We have recently received brush clearance notices in red, black, and white, as have many residents, probably everybody. And I hope state parks got them too, because it is important that everybody do their best on the brush clearance. And to that end, 3 out of 4 of my neighbors along Malibu Creek, 3 of us negotiated with a group of goats owner, a goat herd, and some of the animals in the herd were sheep as well. Back in June and July, we began negotiating how this could be done in Malibu Creek, because 4 of the lots in Sarah Retreat, these 4 are deeded across the creek to Cross Creek Road from our properties. I began talking to the goat people, and during that time, I noticed that I wasn't getting a contract offer. And so I called again and again and found out that the city of Hidden Hills had outbid us on, they had taken over the entire month that we wanted before fire season started. They have the right to do that. But the good thing that came out of it is that with a little bit of verbal pressure, we were able to convince the goat people to come up with a compadre of theirs or an associate who also had goats and sheep. So we hired the Ventura brush goats, about 47 terrific animals, a goat herd with a little trailer, and some electric fencing to protect the goats from coyotes, mountain lions, and people. And we proceeded, once the water that comes from Tapia had stopped making puddles in the creek. So now we were in late August, but in September, we were able to get the goats to come for, it was going to be a week, but it went 10 days. It was very successful, but could have been more successful had we been able to do it sooner with a bigger herd or more animals. Meanwhile,
and that's your time.
Oh, can I just finish really fast?
Sure, finish really fast. I'd love to hear about your
Hills
goats.
Magazine interviewed Senator Henry Stern, and I cannot quote him directly, but he gave a wonderful response that municipalities such as ours could hire animals on a rotating basis in all of our canyons. And I really plead with this council to make that move. I'm thrilled that you're giving us the opportunity. Please, let's talk with Senator Henry Stern. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Our next speaker is Casey Ernst.
Good evening, Mayor Pearson and members of the City Council.
Hi, Casey.
Hello. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to all of you for your service. We are all in every way, shape, and form appreciative of each of you. And I also wanted to take a second to just address the topic of transparency, which has continued to come up in recent debates. And I'm really only speaking from the perspective of myself and the Boys and Girls Club, but I do think it's an important one. I've been in my post with the club for 16 years. I've worked alongside, in partnership with the city and through various contracts with Riva and her staff to support the needs of Malibu's youth and our families, everything from Parks and Rec to after school services, to emergency relief during the fire, to our current contract that just ended, providing academic support and social services to some of our most vulnerable youth. And what I would like to say, in every situation and every instance that I've been able to work with the city. I've been proud to do so. I have been thrilled to be aligned with a city that values community-based organizations. And furthermore, I have state, county, and federal contracts. Our city operates at the highest standard of transparency, reporting, accounting, and communication out of any entity that I have dealt with. And I do think that that is worth stating. I would also just like to thank our city staff, because I do believe that they don't get enough praise. There's a ton of work that goes into these private contracts, public or otherwise, and an incredible amount of work and reporting. And being on the receiving end of that, I can say so. I'd also just like to take a moment to remind everyone from a youth perspective, we as a collective community are responsible for our next generation, and they're watching us right now. We may not think it, they may not be on this call, but they are watching us as community members, as council members, and as leaders. And we want them to be involved. We want them to be a part of the Boys and Girls Club, a part of Malibu High School leadership, a part of Malibu's Youth Commission. And we have to foster them and steward them in positive and meaningful ways that allows them to take over our city and be responsible for it, and to also be kind to one another. So I just want to remind everyone that we have a younger generation that really needs our leadership right now. And I want to say thank you again, because you guys are fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you, Casey.
Our next speaker is Jennifer DeNicola.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Hello, council members. I echo Casey's plea. I had no intention of saying anything on this matter tonight, but I have to. I respect each of you, and I think all 5 of you have great qualities to serve us, and I thank you for everything that you're doing. We elected all 5 of you, and it's the job of all 5 of you to work together for us, to do our business, not your own. So all 5 of you, I respectfully ask that each of you check egos at the door and work together for all of us. And I pray that any other further comment from the public that favors some over others stops, because it only further divides and distracts. And another thing is, I also support Craig Gould's idea. It was a great idea. Anyway, now what I came to talk about. Currently, the planning department holds the belief that even if a permit is not required, that a Malibu resident still needs to apply for a plan check to do any work on their property. However, nowhere in the code is the planning department granted that authority to require residents to submit a plan check for items not requiring a permit. Think about this. How would a Malibu resident know what house maintenance items or yard improvements the planning department expects us to apply for when there is no list? Without a clear list of what Malibu residents need to go to the city for, it should be assumed that we don't have to ask permission for anything that the code doesn't specifically list as requiring a permit. In addition to requiring a plan check, there's a fee, and not a cheap one. In some cities, the cost of replacing a toilet is $10. In Malibu, the least expensive plan check for their minimum, I think, is about $160. In essence, the planning department has created a revenue stream for itself through what I refer to as an overreach of their authority. I'm going to ask the city council to direct the planning department to stop this practice, that only plans requiring permits need be submitted to the planning department for a plan check. This will alleviate a huge burden on the planning department, and therefore they'll be more effective doing regular permits. And it'll also alleviate the stress that the planning department puts on the Malibu residents who tend to do things on the weekends purposefully because the city makes things kind of complicated and takes too long. And we want that to stop, because the whole purpose of the city is to protect safety, and that's what the planning department's for. So they need to focus on the things that they have the authority to do. So anyway, thank you, everybody, and stay safe and healthy.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Our next speaker is Kimmy Wong.
Evening. Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you, Kimmy.
Hey, how are you, Mike? I just wanted to take a brief second. I've been a Malibu resident for over 30 years. Before Malibu became a city, we lost our home in the Woolsey fire. And I have to say that Riva Feldman has been phenomenal in assisting, supportive beyond, in getting our rebuild through. Thank goodness we're under construction now. She continues to chart our progress and to offer her support in any way possible and guidance. And I also would like to say that with the many trips that I've made to the city with questions and clarifications, every person in every department has been so generous with their time, taking the time, returning phone calls, and I'm sure it is all under her management, her protocol management, and how to handle all the residents going through this trauma. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimmy.
Our next speaker will be Nino Pasea.
Hello.
Hi, I can hear you.
Yeah, and it's not Posea. I don't know why you would say that. I don't have a Y in my name. But nonetheless, I'm here to support a plan that you're going to hear Howard Rudsky speak about tonight. I've spoken with him about it, and I'm 100% behind it. It's what Craig Gold was speaking about. We've been bullied by the MRCA and the SNNC, and in specific, this Joe Edmondson. He has misused the legal system. He is, for an improper purpose, using using litigation to put pressure on the residents, owners of property in Malibu, and he's trying to turn private property into public property. And he's doing it through bullying people and using the power of his check writing ability, using your money through our taxes to do so. So literally, he's fighting us with our money. And we don't have the resources on an individual basis to handle this. And he knows that. As a matter of fact, it's part of his plan. His plan is to divide and conquer. And this man and these organizations need to be stopped. They're tearing our community apart. They're tearing families apart, and they are tearing our property rights from under us. As far as I'm concerned, I believe that Howard's idea of getting an outside or outsourced legal firm to be able to help the people of the community on more of a coalesced basis come together and fight these attacks on our property rights and on our way of life here in the Malibu community. So I'm going to defer the rest of my time to Mr. Rudsky when he has a chance to come on board here and talk. But I really hope that the council can get behind this idea and help us to put together the plan in order to do this. So thank you very much. And also, I really appreciate the work that Riva has been doing for our community. It ain't an easy job. I know I'm an attorney myself, and what you do is it's a lot of work. So, but all the council members, I appreciate your work, and please listen to Mr. Rudsky. I'm sure that he'll make a lot of sense about what he's got to talk about. Good night.
Thank you, Nino.
Our next speaker is Howard Rudsky.
Okay. Hello, Council, Riva, John, and Trevor. Me again. I have a lot to say, so I'm going to talk quickly and hopefully I can get it all in. Myself and quite a few Malibu residents are very concerned with the way the Malibu is being treated by the MRCA and its executive director. They have been trying to demoralize Malibu for years. They use government funds to bully residents by lawsuits and fines, which can be imposed without any oversight by other government agencies or elected representatives. They do this with strategic strategies and military precision in the name of sharing the environment, but conveniently ignore the fact that we host over 15 million people from all over the world each year. Witness the Sycamore Park situation. By buying the last unsold lot at the end of a private road with an easement only for homeowners and their personal guests, the executive director of the MRCA has unilaterally attempted to declare his undeveloped lot a park and invite his friends to visit. And he considers his friends to be the world. And when residents objected to his attempt to ignore property owners' rights and refused to get rid of their security guard they've had for many years, he triggered $15,000 a day fines against individual homeowners, which he can do with nobody say so. Fines which are now subject to review result residents, many of whom are retired and on fixed incomes, are on the hook for millions of dollars, let alone substantial legal fees they have had to incur to fight off the state agency that has gone amok. The MRCA is using our taxpayer money to sue taxpayers. But now apparently the environment has a price, because the executive director has offered, if Sycamore Park pays him $2.5 million, he will go away. Is this extortion or not? The tactics are wrong, and the MRCA is doing this type of thing all over Malibu, one neighborhood at a time. So many members of the community are impacted that I would propose we put on the next agenda hiring a land use firm devoted to assisting all Malibu citizens to preserve our rights. Remember, the Coastal Act that we all voted for indicated that the intention of the act was to fairly balance the interests of the environment, which we all care about, with private property rights, and that of the MRCA, and that the MRCA has failed to do. So at this time, we enforce our rights in a manner that is reasonable, and it seems the only way to do this is through the courts. Please agendize this item for discussion. And I wanted to say, none of us, I've talked to people from West Malibu to East Malibu. A lot of them are scared to talk.
Howard, that's your time.
Mikey, can I talk for a couple more seconds?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And all of us want the public to enjoy the open space and the beaches that are zoned for them to enjoy, where the agency that's in charge of it has restrooms, parking, cleans up after themselves. And I have to say, I fought the Woolsey fire and saved our home. And I remember going to Ralph's, going to Ralph's through a back way, and the manager of Ralph's gave us food, didn't even ask us for money if we didn't have it, and gave us shopping carts. And whether we were one political persuasion or the other political persuasion, we all got together and worked as one. And there's a lot of smart people in this town. So this isn't one side or the other side. This is all of us, because this man is going to cost all of us at one point in time tens of thousands, if not millions of dollars. So I would appreciate if we could all get together, agendize this. I've talked to a lot of you about it, and figure out a way that we can get together and figure a way that works legally and works for the residents and gives the public their outdoor space as well. Because we all feel that we should share, but not share at the behest of one party or the other. Thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate everything you guys do. It's a tough job. And one last thing, the city council, the people I've talked to, unbelievable. I talked to Riva, Richard, Jessica. I even talked to Trevor today. It seemed like I talked to these people more than I talked to friends. And they've all been willing to help, bent over backwards. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Howard.
Our next speaker is Matt Eskin.
Good evening, council members.
Hi, Matt.
Hi. I live on Malibu Road, and my wife, Wendy Carroll, serves on our HOA board. Almost every neighborhood in Malibu is being negatively impacted by the MRCA's lack of oversight of its present holdings. For example, the accessway on Malibu Road that MRCA oversees is completely out of control. Most drivers ignore the designated parallel parking spots and instead they angle park, blocking the use of an entire lane. For MRCA receives funds to oversee that accessway, yet we seldom see a ranger there to issue tickets. I would urge the council to help not only our neighborhood, but all the other neighborhoods in Malibu that are being negatively affected. Winding Way is a prime example. Tonight, I would like to ask the city council members to hire a special attorney to represent us all in an attempt to get Mr. Edmondson to comply with his obligations. Thank you for your service and good night.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dana Grolick.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Thank
Dana.
you again for your service and dedication. It was nice to hear the fire department update today and their encouraging response to COVID vaccinations. I also love the idea of goats for brush clearance. As a veterinarian, I think that's thumbs up. Casey, thank you for your positive comments and your work with the Boys and Girls Club. I think you made some really great points about being mentors and to our children in the community. I also want to echo Kim's comments about Riva and city staff for helping with our fire rebuild. Just everybody's been so supportive and so accessible. I just am very proud and I want to say thank you. Councilperson Silverstein, to your question about the power lines causing fires in Malibu, I can tell you personally that the transformer blew above our house on Cuthbert a year before we lost our house to the Woolsey fire. In that situation, fortunately, the fire department put it out right away, but it was scary. So if you're exploring the idea of undergrounding utilities, please pursue it. I called in tonight because I just got a chance to watch the Thursday meeting from January 28th, and I was very appreciative to hear all of the community feedback and support the meeting that was scheduled for February 25th. It's a very important topic, and I was just curious if that is going to be a town hall meeting or a roundtable discussion or how that's going to work, because as a community, I think approaching this issue of homelessness from many different angles is going to be the way to really move forward and get something done. I want to thank councilpersons Uring and Silverstein for putting in the effort to get the ball rolling, but I really think the feedback from the teams that have been working on this over the last year in combination and cooperation with this new energy and sense of urgency from the community is what's really going to make some positive change. So thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Dana.
Our next speaker is Ryan.
Okay.
Ryan who?
Ryan Embry.
Good evening. I wanted to thank Heather, who I think may be on this call, for making some of the city's financial documents available that should otherwise be available and searchable, but there was a technical problem with the coding or creation of the electronic files. And I say electronic files, these are simply PDF scans of the city's important warrants, which is the check register and who we're paying and what our expenses and where our tax money is going. And then the second is the city council's minutes, which is unfortunately, that's a huge deal. The city's required to permanently maintain records of its resolutions and its minutes. Those are your acts, and those should be searchable electronic documents I've said this before. I spoke to you, I guess, just about a month or two ago, that whenever the city creates a PDF file, it has to use software coded so that the future file recipients can read the file electronically and search for words, such as the word mayor, such as the word Malibu, or the word Mikey Pearson. That these need to be things that you can read quickly. And unfortunately, either the subcontractor the city is using to scan and create permanent files is not knowing what they're doing, or for some reason the files are just not being created correctly. And I brought this to Heather's attention earlier today, and the files for the minutes from 2014, those are all searchable, electronic documents. So I appreciate your efforts at transparency, and especially the city clerk and Lisa Sogor, who's stepped in to try and cure this problem. But I wanted to say that for one. And I was searching for the document that I eventually found that the city paid $50,000, I guess a cash check, to the MRCA for their bill. They sent a letter. It says, in accordance with the coastal plan, this invoice represents an in lieu fee of $50,000 for cutting down some black pepper trees, I think it is, or black walnut trees, to build the sewage treatment plant in the ditch there on Civic Center Way. So we paid the MRCA $50,000. I guess they're using that to sue our neighbors in Sycamore Park. But my question is there, you need to do some studying, a thinking cap here. If we have to pay an in lieu fee to chop down a tree to build a necessary plant that the state is mandating, we should have either got a waiver, or maybe we could have paid a different agency. Let's find somebody else who's eligible to take our money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
And Mayor Pearson, we did have two speakers who accidentally signed up for comment on closed session when they meant to sign up for this item. So with your approval, we'll hear from them now as well.
Yeah, that's fine, of course.
Okay, next we'll hear from Elizabeth Robinson.
Good evening.
Good evening, Elizabeth.
I am yet another resident of Sycamore Park. I hope you guys aren't tired of hearing from us. But you know, we have had and continue to have numerous issues with a number of outside agencies, most egregiously the MRCA and SMMC. And we aren't the only neighborhood that's been targeted. We're just one of the ones who are still very much in the crosshairs, and we're dealing with the lawsuits that accompany the interference of these agencies in our private properties. So I think you guys have all heard this in one form or another, but there are three main streets in Sycamore Park, and all of them are described and recorded as private residential streets. And so when the MRCA bought the parcel of property at the end of one of the streets years ago, they just declared that their easement rights entitled them to allow all members of the public into our private neighborhood. And as has been stated, this resulted in a multi-year ongoing legal battle to maintain what buying a home in the city of Malibu represented to those of us who moved here. We moved here for the sense of space and tranquility and the quiet of the still nights and the joy of hearing the birds chirp in the morning and the owls hoot at night. We didn't buy property in Malibu to have hundreds of non-residents wander our private streets in search of a phantom hiking trail that has only appeared on a wish list. So I'm asking you, as stated by Howard Reske and several of my neighbors, to please step in and help all of your constituents, help us, current and future residents, preserve what makes Malibu unique. Help monitor and oversee these outside agencies so that our city can remain just that, ours. I thank you all for your hard work and service in the name of our city, and hope that you do not have too long of an evening.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Our final speaker is Cheryl Calvert.
Hi.
Hi,
Good
Cheryl.
evening. My name's Cheryl Calvert, and I live in Sycamore Park. I live next door to the vacant lot that has been advertised as a public park. I've encountered his guests on my driveway at all hours of the day and night. I've had my mail stolen many times. I've seen the friends party up at the picnic table on the vacant lot at the park, and I've cleaned up their beer bottles. I've seen these friends climb through the creek and attempt to open our shed. I'm forever thankful to my neighbors who will come to our house when we send out a text and ask for help securing our property. It's unfair that individual residents of Sycamore Park have been placed in a situation of fighting California state agencies who use our tax dollars willy-nilly. This situation is actually happening all over Malibu, as we have found out by sharing our experiences. And I always think each night about the gentleman up on Big Rock who had his chain put across his driveway by the MRCA. I think about him all the time because he's by himself and he doesn't have the luxury of neighbors like I do. Well, our neighborhood has worked relentlessly over the years with the issues of the MRCA trying to invade the private property that is in Sycamore Park. I'm asking that the city of Malibu provide legal support to all of the communities in Malibu who either are or probably soon will be under siege by the MRCA. While many of the community have worked tirelessly, this is not a private responsibility, and it should be the city's responsibility. Thank you.
That concludes public comment for items not on the agenda. Mayor Pearson, you are muted.
Really makes it hard to speak when I'm muted, but I'm just going to say thank you to Cheryl, and just remember that I had the honor of living in the Calvert house in 75, 76 for a year or so, and it was a fantastic experience. Okay, we're back here, and I believe, Reva, do you have an update for us?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor. I want to start with our update on COVID-19. The number of positive cases here in Malibu stands at 319, and the number of deaths of our residents at 6. Our positivity rate in the county of Los Angeles is continuing to decline. As of this afternoon, it was at 9.6%. So it's definitely headed in the right way. One of the things that I'm getting asked about quite a bit is vaccinations. When are we going to be able to get them? How do we get them? And so there is some information here on a slide for residents. Right now, you can go to the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health website to get information and to register to get a vaccine. Right now, the vaccines that are being administered are for phase 1A, which is primarily healthcare workers and individuals in congregate living homes. And they've also started tier 1 of phase 1B, which is for county residents that are 65 and older. I will say that the information that I've been provided is that right now LA County is not getting enough doses to start right now providing people with their first dose. They're still trying to get people their second dose. So people who got their first dose 3 weeks ago are now in the queue to get their second dose. So that's getting a priority over people to get getting their first doses. So if you're trying to get an appointment, I know it is very, very challenging. Please be patient. Here on the slide, we do have a phone number that is available, as well as a website, and our staff who staff our senior center are also available. You can call the City Hall main number, and they can also try and help work through the system. But a lot of it is just having a great deal of patience and remaining on hold for a long time if you're not able to navigate the online system. There's also a website that you can go and register. It's called My Turn, and put in your information and what category you fall into, and you will be notified when it is your turn to sign up to get the vaccination. So I hope that's helpful. But again, at City Hall, we're happy to help anybody who's having challenges getting through on that. Moving on to our rebuild statistics, for our number of homes that have been approved through planning, we stand at 295. We've issued 168 building permits, and as of last week, we have 21 homes that have been finished. So lucky number 21. Mikey stole my thunder a little bit on our FEMA grant that we were awarded today for the outdoor siren warning system. We did get a grant, just over $900,000, some of which will be matching money from the city to do the design and permitting of the siren system. So glad to be able to move forward and getting just another tool in our toolbox to protect our community. Harry Borofsky Memorial Youth Commission applications are now open. They're due back to the city by March 26th. So if you have a youngster at home between middle school and high school, definitely encourage them to apply. It's a really amazing experience for youth to have. Our general fund grant applications for fiscal year 21-22 are now also open. The application is available on the city's website, and that's due back by March 31st. And just a few upcoming events that we have tomorrow, February 9th, we do have a Valentine's Day drive-through event for our senior center participants, and that will be at Bluffs Park from 10 to 12. This Saturday, February 13th at 11 a.m., there will be a virtual poetry event with information available on the city's website. And just a reminder that City Hall will be closed this coming Monday for the holiday. And then next Saturday, February 20th from 10 to 2 at the City Hall upper parking lot, we will have an e-waste and hazardous household waste collection. So I did want to just conclude by offering my condolences to the family of Paul Burns. Burns Pacific has provided street maintenance services to the city for decades, and they are the ones who do all the work that you see taking care of picking up trash and cleaning the streets and keeping us safe, and particularly when we have overnight events with rain. They're the ones who work through the night for us and have just always been an amazing partner for us. So my thoughts go out to his family, and that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Riva. Any questions there, Steve? Or you're muted.
No, I have no. I was going to go to the next.
Okay, great. Why don't you lead off?
Ready for that? Okay.
Yep.
Last week we had the Administration Finance meeting, which we're going to go through later in the agenda. I attended the California Power Alliance, or Clean Power Alliance, just to find out what was going on there. Mikey's the real member. I got a bunch of calls from residents asking when we were going to have COVID vaccine shots here in Malibu. And I know the Public Safety Commission has been working on that, Doug Stewart. And when I spoke to him, he did not have a very rosy picture of when that might start occurring here. So back to what Riva said earlier, waiting for it to come to Malibu may be a long wait. No indication that's going to happen. At some point in time in the near future, I'd like it'd be possible for somebody to come back and tell us how our sign system is working at some of the beaches. We've got these signs up that require people to move. Are they moving? Do we have to keep ticketing them to move? Have they sort of got the idea now and they're doing it on their own? I just like to know that. I mean, so if what we're doing isn't working, we got to figure that out. Maybe there's some additional effort we can make to make that happen. Because I'm just getting some calls from people saying, it's not really moving that fast. And then the final question is, I know you got the grant for the sirens. Will that be coming back to the city council to review before we do anything?
Did you want me to go ahead and answer now, Mayor?
I want to make sure that we get another review of that before we move forward and start building something. I mean, I heard what the sheriffs or the firemen said, but when it came in front of us, the Public Safety Commission said it wasn't going to work the way it was designed.
There's definitely a lot more public review that we'll go through. Getting the grant for the design was just our first step in the project. So absolutely, you'll have quite a few more bites at that apple to provide input. And I would imagine, just like any big capital project, that we would have a robust community meeting as well too.
Cool. I want to make sure maybe a siren system that works, but the one that we looked at last time may not be that answer. But as long as we're going to get a chance to look at it, I'm a happy camper. That's all I got. Mikey, back to you.
And then I just wanted to speak one more time about the vaccine, since you did mention it. And, we were all anxious to be able to get vaccinations here locally. Again, I think it's going to be a bit and I don't want to set any unrealistic expectations for people. We continue to try and get that, but there just aren't enough vaccinations available right now, and they are being dispersed out to some of the larger medical providers, Kaiser, UCLA, and through Blue Shield. So we're being as pushy as we can, but we just don't have any available yet. So we'll continue to keep everyone updated.
Thank you. Paul? Oh, you're muted. Oh, there you are.
On the vaccine question, I want to tell everybody that I'm getting my second dose of the vaccine on the 14th, and I'll pause for a moment while you go down. You all say collectively, I had no idea he was that old. But moving right along, the problem we have as a state is we are not receiving enough vaccines from the federal government to allow them to satisfy the demand at the facilities that have been opened in the county of Los Angeles already. And that's our biggest problem. Those facilities, by the way, all the reports I'm getting are that they're very efficient now. And when it first opened, we saw reports of people waiting in line for hours and things like that. That's not happening now. They're very organized. And I have friends who've been to Encino and Northridge, Dodger Stadium and the Forum, and all of them reported that the organization doesn't have any kinks left in it. If they give you a report and an appointment and you show up, you drive in, get the thing, and basically you're gone again within the hour. So that's a good thing. It would be really wonderful if we had them in Malibu, but right now they just don't have enough vaccine to make any other locations operational. And I want to thank everybody who was kind enough to fill my inbox with emails and letters. I read every single one. Thank you very much.
All righty, Bruce?
Thank you. So first of all, the presidents who spoke about the Sycamore Park issue and other issues in the city affected by MRCA. I spoke to various people about that when I was campaigning, and I expressed the view then that I thought the MRCA's actions seemed unlawful to me. That's not a legal opinion, that's just what seemed to me that way based on knowing a little bit about the law, and they were appalling. My guess is that, and I'd like to see us talk about it, at least agendize that, to have a discussion about it. Seems to me that trying to help out there might actually be a better use of some of the funds than some of the things we're going to be talking about later. My guess is also that there's a lot of folks out there who complain about my tone and intensity that'll welcome it if we end up helping out on that legal litigation area. Jennifer, the issue of whether the city charges for, requires people to come and get permission to do things for which permission is not statutorily required. I did raise that with the assistant city attorney, and I've not gotten an answer yet. So hopefully we'll find out more about that. I mean, from what it was described to me, and I don't know if this is really happening, but it sounded like I'm going to go drive somewhere and the speed limit's 55 miles an hour. And what you're describing is I have to check with the authorities and pay them something to let me know that it's okay if I drive 55 miles an hour. That seems a little crazy if that's really happening. I have a hard time believing that's happening, but I understand that's what you're saying. The meeting, the homelessness meeting, someone asked the question, is it going to be a regular meeting? Is it going to be a town hall? Is it going to be a workshop? I guess I'd like to understand that too, because I know we also have we have a meeting for Big Rock. We had a telecommunications meeting. They were city council meetings. Everybody lined up, they got their 3 minutes to speak, and that was the beginning and end of public comment. And I know a lot of people have expressed the view that that's not really useful in dealing with big picture items out of the gate. And I tend to agree with that. I remember the same thing happening with the listening sessions that the county conducted for Woolsey Fire after the Woolsey Fire, and they were put on a shot clock rather than coming during a 6-hour session and having the opportunity to just speak their minds. And I actually objected to Sheila Kuehl about that, and people ended up getting more time. I think we need to be thinking about that too. are we really going to have a community discussion, or are we going to invite people to stand in line, say their piece, and then we'll talk? I think we need to hear more from the community. So I've been working hard still, trying to be the best city council person I can. I've spoken to multiple residents about numerous different matters. And I don't have to tell you all that I read your emails, because when I get your emails, I respond to them. I'm constantly learning about problems that have existed in the city for many years that people just don't talk about publicly. My schedule is somewhat light, however, by the fact that I've been excluded from all these committees, so I've got a lot of time to talk to people on the phone and write emails. I do think that there's 2,400 people in the city, though, who are a little disappointed with what's going on. I do continue to receive substantial encouragement from residents for my efforts to ensure that we are operating in a lawful manner, which was part of why I ran. But I continue to receive public pushback. And a number of residents have expressed to me that they would love to come here and speak publicly, but they are fearful of retribution and retaliation. Now, I don't know if that's a valid concern, although I have seen evidence to support why people would feel that way. But the very fact that we've got residents, a great number of residents, who are fearful of speaking publicly because of the fear of retaliation or retribution, that itself is a problem. And we need to do something to address that, because the ability to speak out publicly and to speak out against your government is a fundamental right in this country. And if we in Malibu have a problem with residents being concerned about that, we have a problem. A number of people have expressed serious concern about the fact that we have a city manager who claims through counsel that she's not capable of performing her job, threatens to sue the city, and yet carries on as if it were business as usual. Many people have expressed to me that is a very odd combination. They don't get it in the private industry. That would just not occur. I'm going to skip some of my comments. I had a conversation also with the city attorney. I was curious, our agenda the agenda comes out a couple of days after this meeting. And then almost invariably it's amended. It seems to me that we should be thinking about whether we want to change that process to give the staff a full week to prepare an agenda that's going to then be the agenda. I suspect they would probably appreciate a couple more days to prepare it after this meeting. And then 7 days for us to review it and be prepared for the meeting. Seems to me that ought to be more than adequate. So I'd like us to hopefully have a discussion of that at some point, along with a discussion of the Zoom protocols that I've raised twice. And I think there was consensus that we should talk about them, but it doesn't seem to be coming forward to be talked about. Lastly, I have to say, I'm concerned about the ad hoc committees for school district separation and policy review. I am concerned that they violate the Brown Act. I'm confident that they're inconsistent with transparency. As people probably know, ad hoc committees can operate behind closed doors. Subcommittees must operate in the light of public review. So I believe that they should be reconstituted as Brown Act subcommittees and subject to public participation and oversight. And I'd like to get consensus to talk about that and maybe convert those committees into subcommittees that can be participated with public participation and public review. Thanks.
Okay. You can agendize some of those items as well, as you know, just so you know. So that might be something to consider. There was a whole lot of things there, so I'm not going to try and respond to them all because it's time for us to give our comments. But Karen, you're next.
Sure, thank you. Thank you to everybody who's emailed us. I've known so many of you for so many years, and I want to thank everybody, especially from the Sycamore Park neighborhood. Yeah, those who've discussed it with me, so many of you, we all say the same thing. Your tax dollars are being used against you. I am so thankful that Lloyd Ahern has been willing to step up and move into this liaison position, although it's an advisory position. Already we saw tonight a report from Lloyd on the first meeting that he's attended, and he has pledged to attend not just the MRCA meetings, but the Conservancy meetings as well. And Lloyd, I thank you for that. And yeah, I agree with all of you. There's work to be done there. And I am personally going to be speaking to our city attorney about that. A lot of things were said tonight. I'll just address one thing Bruce said. The city manager has claimed to not be able to do her job. I didn't see that. She's claimed harassment. It's very clear. The letter from her attorney is public. So I don't know why you would say that. The homeless working group has been meeting. I've been meeting with them. As we all know, we have the special meeting on February 25th, and we're developing the structure for that meeting right now. I did attend a brief administrative item with the Lake County Committee for School District Separation. I don't know how that committee would be a subcommittee. No one anticipates we will be in school district separation efforts indefinitely. And as with any ad hoc committee, when this committee's work is finished, concluded in some way, the committee will dissolve. So I don't agree with you there, Bruce. And yeah, as with the MRCA battles, I agree, they should not be going on neighborhood by neighborhood. So we'll be talking about that more. I was invited by Rudy Gonzalez, our SoCal Edison liaison, to serve on Edison's government advisory panel. I accepted that invitation, and they are looking for feedback from communities on things they can do better. And I have a feeling plenty of people in Malibu have suggestions for that. Rudy and I talked about probably the 3 or 4 most obvious ones. We have not had our first meeting yet, but I will be happy to report back on that. And Casey Ernest, I really want to thank you for your comments. The Boys and Girls Club, for anybody who doesn't know, was formed under the umbrella of the Malibu Foundation for Youth and Families in the aftermath of Columbine. And so they do serious work. It's not just after school fun and games. And Casey, I want to thank you for everything that you do. And I think that's it from my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Okay, thank you to all the speakers. I think many of the comments have been addressed. I'm sure not all. I'll keep a list here. I'm sure I'll follow up with a couple of people like usual. Lots of different comments, so thank you very much. To address just one of the items Bruce brought up on homelessness, I think it's hard for, I don't know the answer yet, but it's hard for me to envision it's not gonna be one meeting and done. Homelessness is generally for most cities a very difficult subject to wrap our heads around and get public input, as you said. So from all the cities I've talked with, which has been quite a few, and there's no one and done version that I've seen yet. So I think it'll be a bit of a process, and that's what I know at this point. For myself, Steve and I had our first A&F meeting, as he alluded to, administration and finance, mid-year budget. So it's not like the year-end budget we'll have here in a few months that we'll be getting into, but still it's a good start. He had some good ideas. We managed to exchange ideas. The staff did a great job, and good start for both of our first A&F meeting. And as Steve also mentioned, we were at the Clean Power Alliance meeting. Very interesting. The Clean Power Alliance is the 5th largest energy provider in California. It is a very large business that has baked in really high level values in how they do their business and what they're trying to do and what they're trying to achieve. And it's not just power, it's on a lot of different levels. It's so fascinating, a lot to learn there. And I think, Steve, you and I will definitely need to tag team on that. There's a lot going on there. So thanks for being there. And with that, I know it's already getting late, so let's move forward. So we're at the consent calendar. Heather, can you tell me if there is any items on consent calendar that the public wants to pull?
The public has pulled 3B7.
3B7. Okay, great. Are there?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to jump in really quick and note that Lieutenant Braden has his hand up.
Oh,
wanted to hear
thank
from
you.
him.
It is really hard to spot that.
Yeah.
The Zoom world.
No worries.
Hello, Lieutenant. You're on mute, but yes, please. Good to see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to comment on what Steve said about the signage along PCA, the limiting the between 12 and 2 and 2 and 4 on the different sides of the roadway. And it's a continuous process. However, I took a tour of Malibu today. It was my day off. I'm with my wife, but we drove all the way through Malibu, all the way down into the county area and back. And the signs have actually been very successful. It's minimized the amount of motorhomes. Is it a catch-all? I think if we combine that with some type of oversized vehicle ordinance that's legal, and along with what we come up in this possible homeless meeting on the 25th. But I think combination of all these things that we can be effective in actually minimizing the effects of the homeless encampments, and also just people settling in and staying in one place in Malibu. And if Steve has any other questions, I'd be willing to answer them.
No, that information you gave me was good. It was sort of, I wanted just to know, are we moving forward with the process? I mean, is it effective? Are we actually, it's not going to be perfect, but as long as it's producing good results and we can continue moving forward, I'm a happy camper.
Yeah, I would put it at it's highly effective. It's actually more effective than I thought it would be. And the deputies at night, you understand in our job, everything's prioritized. So when they have the opportunity and it gives them the ability to stop and talk to people and everything else to challenge them on being on the roadway right there at that time, they do make arrests out of it. They do get people to move along. They do write some cites off it. And so it's a work in progress, but it's highly successful, I would say. Just driving through Malibu today, when I can drive all the way past Zuma Beach and there was 0 RVs, there was a few at Corral, which in October I had camped up at Malibu RV Park, and I can tell you it was bumper to bumper there then. It's not like that anymore. And when I drove by Las Tunas, there actually wasn't any motorhomes there today. So I would say it's been highly successful. We have different people that have moved off to little different areas where there's not signage that limits them, other than they have to move every 72 hours. But if we did have some type of ordinance on large vehicles on the roadway, I don't know what the exact wordage would be on the ordinance, but it's something we could work on. It's something I may call Bruce and talk to Bruce about it.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. We appreciate it.
Okay. I'm available if any of you guys by phone or anything else if you need anything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
City Council, did you have any items you wanted to pull, Bruce?
3B2 and 3B6.
3B2, 3B6. Okay, did anyone else want to pull anything? Okay, can I get a motion on the other items?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 3B2, 3B6, and 3B7.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, can we have roll call on that, please?
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti,
Yes.
Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right, thank you. We're on to 3B2, approval of warrants. I don't know if there's really a report. Bruce, would you, if there is, great, but I doubt there is. Lisa?
There's not really a report. This is the standard warrant register that is on basically every agenda. So
Okay.
I mean, I'm here to answer questions if.
All right. Thank you. Bruce?
Yes. So I've been having difficulty understanding the legality of the warrant. And I've communicated with the city attorney about this, and the city attorney actually doesn't have a complete answer and recommended to me that we should ask him to look into it. The warrant has a space called certificate. This is the warrant every week, week after week, by which we approve the expenditure of tens of millions of dollars of our taxpayers' money. And it says, in accordance with Government Code Section 37202, I certify blah, 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 various things. And then there's a signature line, which is unsigned when it's presented to us. There are certain exceptions in 37202, which I understand they may apply to the issue of whether we are required to do an audit of many of these expenses in advance of them being paid. But the provision that concerns me is that the statute also provides that the request for approval or rejection by city council needs to be accompanied by an affidavit of the officer submitting the demands, certifying as to the accuracy of the demands and the availability of funds for payment thereof. Now, I asked the city manager, who is the officer who's submitting the demands and where's the affidavit, among other questions. And she referred me to the assistant city manager to answer those questions. And the answer I got was that she didn't say who the officer was, but she said the certification appears to be the affidavit. And this is just the way it's been done forever in Malibu. An unsigned certification is not an affidavit. An affidavit is a sworn statement before a notary that attests under penalty of perjury to the accuracy of the information stated. So my question to the city manager, the city attorney was, what gives? What's the deal here? And he said, we probably should be asking to have this looked into. He doesn't know the answer. There are other technical glitches with this procedure that trouble me as well, but I'm not going to take up all of your time or the public's time going through them. I will continue to have a dialogue with the city attorney, but I can't approve this warrant based on my concerns that it's not in proper legal form. And I don't understand how anyone can do that, but I leave that to you.
Paul?
Well, like other people, I have gone through the warrant list every time it comes out. Anything I have a question about, I call and ask either Riva or Lisa about it. And they've never been unable to quickly and efficiently answer the question for me about whatever it is, whatever check or warrant that appears on here. And I don't have any problem, and I don't think they would have any problem with signing the certificate that it is correct. And I think that it is correct, and I haven't been able to find any mistakes yet. But maybe Steve's been more successful than I have.
John, as I gather, there's been a conversation here. Is this something you're looking into?
So I promised Mr. Councilmember Silverstein that I would look into that issue and I will report back. He's raised several questions with regard to the audit and I'm with regard to the warrants, and I'm happy to look into those. There are technical questions with regard to certification versus affidavit and certain other technical questions. And I'm happy to look into those.
Is that something when we're audited that's looked into, or is it separate?
I believe
Yes,
that is
Mayor. Yes, it is.
looked into as part of your CAFR.
All right.
No, that's not accurate. What's looked into in the audit is the line items themselves, The audit doesn't cover the question of whether the statute's been complied with. That's an issue that's separate and apart from the audit.
All right. Well, sounds like we'll be getting a report back from John, and I guess if we'll take it from there, if that makes sense. Is there more discussion or a motion on this? I'll make a motion to approve 3B2. Can I get a second? I saw one from Paul, actually.
I'll second.
And can we have roll call, please?
Sorry, I was on mute. Mayor Pearson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Abstain.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. We're on to 3B6, utility easement acceptance.
And Mayor Pearson, I did just want to let you know, we had 2 speakers who wanted to speak on this item only if it was pulled by the council. So whenever you're ready to call them.
Okay, I guess let's have, it has been pulled, so I guess let's have the speakers.
They are Jim Arnone and Brian Gordon.
I cannot
This
see
is
them.
Jim Arnone. Can you hear me, Council?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We were going to respond if there were any questions from the council. We don't have an affirmative presentation to make.
Okay, that seems fair. Okay, thank you. Well, if we have questions, we'll come back to you. Was this pulled by, was this your Bruce?
Yes.
Okay. You have
There's
questions?
There's another speaker, I think.
I think they were together. That's what I took from that, if I'm mistaken. But I believe they said they were together.
They are from the same organization.
Okay. Yes, Bruce.
Well, who are those speakers? What organization are they from?
I do not know the name off the top of my head. We could ask them if you would like. I just saw
That
an
could be
email
a
from someone
question.
from their office earlier today.
Brian Gordon is the developer of the project, and Jim Arnone, I think, is his legal representation.
Thank you. So, and this is another matter that I've had offline conversation with city attorney, actually the assistant city attorney, Trevor. I asked last time this was before us whether we were legally obliged to do this or whether this was a discretionary matter, and because I had questions if it's discretionary. If it's legally mandated, it's legally mandated. That's a pretty simple analysis. And the answer when it first came up was no, we're not legally mandated to do this. I spoke to Trevor about that again tonight, and what I said was, you know, if you're going to advise us that we are legally obliged to sign this, to approve this, I won't have questions about the merits of it, because I'll be guided by that advice. But if we're not being told that we're legally obliged to agree to this, I do have a number of economic questions about this that I think could be beneficial to Malibu by not approving it tonight. So I guess Trevor told me that he wasn't in a position to give that advice when we spoke. I don't know if he's in a position to give that advice now. But again, if we're legally obliged to do this, there's nothing further for me to ask questions. I'd like to know if we are legally obliged to do this.
I see that Jim has his hand up as well, Trevor.
Sure, I can either pick up or you can call on him, either one.
Well, I'm not asking the lawyer for the party who wants this done. I'm asking for our lawyer.
I didn't know if he jumped in before you got to that point. But as we spoke earlier, you know, we have an easement agreement in place with the La Paz group, and that agreement grants them the right to run utilities up and down that road. It doesn't specify in the document that we are obligated to give an easement to any third parties as part of it. The argument from the applicant is that it's implied that in order to put these utilities in there, you know, the utility companies are requiring them to have these easements to be put in there. And we've been told that if we want to run the easements up and down all the way to parcel C, that we will need to get the same easements or very similar easements put in place with SCE and with SoCalGas if we're going to run the utilities as proposed up and down there. the applicant themselves could run them through there, but it seems they're not able to do that without this easement from granted from the city to SE and to the gas company.
Okay, so I'm consistent with our conversation earlier. I'm not hearing the advice that we're mandated to do this, contractually obligated to do this. Here are my issues. It seems to me like La Paz may just have not struck the bargain they thought they struck, and that happens in business. I had asked when this was before us last time for a cost benefit analysis, and we didn't get into the details, and I offered to talk about it offline, but that never occurred. We've gotten a report from the staff that says that it's estimated that these utilities will be approximately $200,000. If the city was to place them in the future, the cost would be approximately $100,000 plus repair of the lane. I had wanted to understand, and I would think that we all want to understand, how much value, if any, is being added to the La Paz project by having gas and electric utilities installed on our property rather than on their property, and how much value is added, if any, to their property for us to grant this easement. How much value would they lose if their property were subject to this burden rather than our property subject to this burden? Where would they install these utilities if not on our property? Why not lease the lane to them on terms that would allow them to install the gas and electric utilities with the easement, but allow us the full use of the surface of the leased property subject to the easement, which would yield a benefit to the city of Malibu above and beyond anything that's discussed in the staff report. And we did get a letter from La Paz developer's lawyer, which makes a bunch of arguments to why we should be doing this. A lot of it's based on benefits that we already received in exchange for consideration we've already given. But the letter stopped short of claiming a legal right or stating that we would be sued if we didn't approve this, much less that we would lose that lawsuit, which is why I'm interested in understanding the legal issue. And I also would like to understand if there have been discussions between La Paz developers and our staff in order to get to where we are since where we were last, and who, if anyone, have those discussions occurred with, and what were those discussions? But again, bottom line is, it seems to me they failed to negotiate for this. Now they want us to do it for free, and we have an opportunity to get something for the city.
I'm gonna let Jim respond so we can hear both sides. Jim, you had your hand up a second ago.
Hi, yes, thank you very much. So there's many ways you can configure putting utilities on a piece of property, especially a piece of property that's right along a road. When we were negotiating with the city, when we were submitting our application that got approved about a year ago to make minor modifications to the project, the city wanted to make sure that it could get all of its utilities paid for and the roadway maintained to access parcel C, which it was going to get along with $500,000 at the expense of my client. So that was what was negotiated. There's many ways the property could have gotten utilities directly onto the La Paz project. The city wanted it also onto its project, and there was no reason not to do a share. So what was done at that time is all of the utilities were put up. The Planning Commission, in a unanimous vote, required us to put all of the utilities for our property and for parcel C in that shared roadway. That is a requirement of our land use entitlement. It is therefore how the architects and engineers designed everything. And so the building permits that we're already building under carry out the obligations that the city imposed upon us in the easement, which requires us to do this, and that the city council approved over a year ago, and in a condition of our land use entitlement revision that the Planning Commission approved unanimously about 1 year ago. Most of that can be done directly by my client. That includes water lines that are already in, storm drain that's already in, sewer line, fire water, recycled water, all already in. It also requires specifically that we put in electrical and gas. Well, as everybody knows who does construction, You also need the regulated utilities who provide those services ultimately to put that in. We submitted email correspondence that showed it was always understood by Public Works that that was going to be how it would be done. So we got from the city, at the city's negotiation, an easement that required us to provide this at our cost. I do think the staff report greatly underestimated what this saves the city. Besides getting parcel C for free and $500,000, the upsizing of these utility infrastructure that my client has done, we estimated about $750,000. And if it were to be done standalone in the future by the city, we estimate it would cost the city about $1.1 million. It was a desire to avoid those costs that had the city require us in the easement to agree to put them all in and maintain the road ourselves. At this point, where are we? These are already mostly done. The utilities are mostly done. We are only coming now because Edison and SoCalGas requires a utility in their own name as a ministerial matter. Now, I wrote the letter, and I intentionally avoided saying we have a legal right to insist on it and we'll sue you if you don't give it to us, because frankly, that's not the way I like to do business. I have only seen this city behave responsibly and decently, and I expect that they'll do so now. This is a deal that was made a while ago. It was a deal that the city pushed. We have already built this. It's already been done, so that now it would be of great inconvenience to everybody if it were to be changed. So I would respectfully ask, not because of threat of litigation, but because of basic decency and a deal that's already done, and a good deal that this city did negotiate when they approved this, when they approved this easement before, that you please approve this.
Thank you, Jim. Rob, did you have any comment on that? I see that you went live. Oh, wait, no, you disappeared. No, you're back.
Oh, no, I think Jim said a lot of it. One of the things that I want to point out too is that since this is a shared utility, this is the reason why Edison is requiring it to be put in their name rather than the city's name. If it was a city only getting this utility up to its parcel, then that would be a different scenario. Here we're sharing this utility within the city's property, and so that's when Edison and gas company require this easement and document to be in their name.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Bruce, you gonna make a motion?
No, further discussion. And it's just one point. You know, appeals to decency in legal matters are throwaways. This is a business matter. And it seems to me that if somebody wanted something from the developer that they hadn't negotiated for, I'd be surprised if the developer's CEO would say, let's be decent and do it as a gratis even though we're not required. This is a legal issue. It's a business matter. Seems to me that this is substantially valuable to the applicant or to the party that wants us to approve this. And we've made no effort to go back and discuss what further economic benefit we might obtain beyond those which we already received pursuant to an agreement that's been otherwise fully complied with. So it's not a question of being decent. There's no such thing as what's decent and indecent in a contract negotiation. It's a question of whether they're entitled to this or not, and if they're not entitled to it, what they ought to pay for it.
Do you have a motion?
No, I don't have a motion.
Okay, Paul?
I'd like to make a motion that we pass the staff recommendation.
Okay.
I will second.
Okay. Steve?
Mike, one quick question for Bruce. Bruce, the value you think that we could get for going back to La Paz, what do you think that value is?
I think that is exactly the type of thing we're supposed to discuss in a closed session if we were to proceed with that conversation.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, are we ready for roll call?
Paul's hands up.
Paul?
Point of order, please.
Okay.
Is it true that Steve was on a planning commission that approved this
Yes.
deal?
Yes.
Why are you still sitting here?
Trevor?
This is an easement. It's interest in land. This is not an appeal of the decision on the La Paz project itself. So it's not a quasi judiciary item here before us.
Okay.
Okay. Can I get roll call on this, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein,
No.
Councilmember Euring,
Yeah, this has been going on a long time. Yes.
Mayor Pearson.
I'm going to vote yes too, because this has gone through city councils and planning commissions in the past. I think it's time to move forward. So
Motion carries.
thank you very much. We're on to item 3B7, compliance agreement with Airbnb. Do we have a staff report and I'm not sure who pulled this item. I think
This
the public
was pulled by the public if you'd like to hear from the speaker.
Okay. Is there a staff report first? Do we need one, or should we just hear the public? I'm looking at the staff, no one's popping on, at least on my screen. So let's hear the public speaker.
Okay, our only speaker is Ryan.
Okay. Ryan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I would prefer to hear the staff report. I noticed that nobody signed the report. I'm not sure. So I'd prefer to hear the staff report, if that's all right. And then I'd like to speak.
All righty. Let's see. It's in an awkward position for me. Okay. Yeah, I need someone to pop up here because I had very few screens there. Okay. Yes, Trevor.
I can jump in here. You know, the staff report lays out the issue here. Under the city's short-term rental ordinance, hosting platforms are required to comply with section 17.55070. This requires them to collect and remit transient occupancy tax, share information, and it prohibits platforms from booking transactions for unregistered rentals. It does not prohibit the platforms from displaying rentals that are not registered with the city or force them to take down such postings. And that's intentional because there's problems with it, with requiring that under the law, under the Communications Decency Act. And so that same section allows a platform to meet these obligations through a compliance agreement with an alternative process for doing so. And so what Airbnb has proposed here is similar or the same as the system set up in Santa Monica and Los Angeles and a number of other jurisdictions. And what it does is that it removes the requirement for them, the prohibition about them booking transactions for unregistered properties. Instead, it sets up a system that seeks to curate the online listings so that only legal listings are online and thus only legal listings will be booked. And it does that through basically three different ways. The first way is that in order to register a listing to be on Airbnb, it requires you to enter a short-term rental permit number in the format required by the city. So you have to put that in. Number two, it'll go through and pull down any listings that do not have a short-term rental permit number in the format required by the city. And then number three, there's a ongoing system of reporting the listings that are on there. And they're also proposing to set up to provide the city access to this new portal that they developed. It's similar to something that Councilmember Euring raised a long time ago about having a dashboard that lists out new rentals in the city and different, and as those pop up, and then provides information about them. And it is designed to help enforcement and help enforcement staff see new listings and be able to identify if they're legal or if there are issues with them or report problems with other listings. In addition, the city's host compliance contract also has technology that allows them to basically skim these websites to check and see if they have short-term rental permits, verify they do have them, and if they don't, this agreement provides a system for those listings to be taken down and removed. That's the system that's being proposed here. They also will continue the transient occupancy tax agreement that we already have in place with them, and that's their proposal, is to move to this system, which is more transparent and is generally the practice is preferred by some other jurisdictions, but it's up to the city whether it's willing to move into this type of agreement.
So quick question is, if we don't do this agreement, what's the alternative?
They just fall under the same requirements as the as everybody else, that if they're prohibited from booking a transaction with you know, in the city unless they have a valid short-term rental permit number. Those lists of properties that are on the white list, I guess you would call it, are circulated to these companies, and then they're prohibited from processing new transactions with those.
So this just gives us an electronic portal to help with that process.
This the big thing is that this allows us to actually take down, so they can't advertise if they don't have a valid permit, and remove listings, so they can't even appear online. If they can't appear to advertise, then you can't book a transaction with somebody who's not listed on their platform.
And I saw Steve's hand up first.
Marky, I don't think this agreement is perfect, but it does give us a basis to get a little more control over what Airbnb is doing. It also gives us a basis to go out and talk to some of these other hosting platforms and see if we can't get them to buy the same thing. And if we get them all to do that, we'd probably be further ahead. So that's just
okay. Bruce, thank you. Then Bruce, and then we'll hear the speaker actually.
Yeah, don't we need to hear from the public before?
Yes, yes. Thank you. Ryan, are you there still?
Okay, there's that sign.
There you are.
All right.
Sorry,
well, you know, I'm missing Dancing with the Stars, you know, or maybe I just saw it. I think I did. This whole agreement is references, if you go back, I think it's number 3, another agreement, which is insufficiently defined as part of the agreement. It's 3.08 on whatever, it's like 6 or 7 pages into it. And it says they'll continue to pay the transient, or collect and pay the transient occupancy tax, but shall maintain its current agreement with the city regarding the collection and payment of transient occupancy tax. Well, hey, buddy, that's the kicker, because there's a separate agreement which says we don't get to see that, we don't get to track it, we don't get to audit it, we don't get to verify it. And I don't know who's attesting to the fact that everything is paid, but that was the deal with the devil that I guess is being perpetuated here. And I'm a little, very much concerned about it. It also says on page 2 that via this agreement, they will be deemed to be compliant with the section 17.55.070, so long as it's in compliance with this agreement, terms of the compliance agreement. So this is like the 1-2 shoot a drop scenario. We have to realize who we're dealing with. And we were talking about doing honorable things just a few minutes ago. Well, Airbnb should do the honorable thing and not advertise rentals, which are not registered or legal for doing business within the city, period, number 1. But the bigger problem is that this is not, what would I say? There's no liquidated damages. There's no reason for compliance here in it, except that they get off the hook in those multiple reasons I just mentioned. They get deemed compliant. We don't get to see the numbers. We can't do an audit. We don't know how much money is being collected. They get to do their own thing the way they like to do it. And they'll be fine with it as long as they get to do it the way they want. There is an only benefit I see on here is it says that the cities has a limitation of liability within this contract. Well, that's in every contract the city does anyway. So I don't see the city's benefit exactly, except Airbnb gets to be doing whatever it wants to do. And we've yet to see if we are getting and collecting the revenue that has been, you know, baited toward us. And we've been told, oh, we're going to get $1 million in TOT tax just out of one hotel. If we just quick grease the permits and get that done. It's just going to materialize. But I don't think that the numbers are here. And the city really does need to audit the tax revenues for parking lots as well. Maybe on the beach, there's one. The city treasurer should do that. And you have a city treasurer, and nobody
Ryan, that's your time.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, we're back here at the council. I'll just start by saying I did a tour of this platform. And as I understand it, if we decide we don't like it, we can leave it. It just looked like it made it to me, from what I saw, made it easier for us to, or for staff, I should say, it's not a public portal, but for staff to identify issues pretty quickly. That was what my tour led me to, and I could see other enhancements to it that would be kind of nice, but weren't really related to this. Wasn't giant rocket science as far as I could tell. It was a portal. So, councilors, comments, motion? Steve.
Mike, I have one last question before I make a motion. On the bottom of page 1 of 3, the council agenda report, it talks about the fact that our home ordinance, our home sharing ordinance went to the Coastal Commission, and they were supposed to get back to us by the 13th of January. Now, I think they did that, and they requested more information. I'm just wondering, did we send them more information?
That's a good question.
So I want to just make sure it's moving forward. That's all I'm trying to do.
Anybody who can answer? Rita?
Yeah, staff is working on getting all of the information together that they asked for, and Richard Malika can certainly add more, but there was a considerable amount of data that they asked for, so it's being compiled and we're providing that back to the commission.
Yeah, they didn't ask for that prior to their review. So
that's correct.
They changed the rules. Okay. I'll make a motion to approve the agenda item 3B7 for the staff report.
Okay, do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay. Bruce?
Yeah, I just like, I hadn't even thought of the issues Ryan raised, some of which seemed legitimate problems, but I would just like to understand whether from the city's attorney, whether we can in any way be prejudiced by entering into this agreement in a way that we wouldn't be if we didn't enter this agreement. If it later turns out that either our permanent ordinance doesn't get approved or our interim ordinance ends up being problematic, and we end up making a decision to go back and look at whether we could enforce the argument that under our zoning laws, short-term rentals aren't permitted in residential neighborhoods, full stop. Is there anything in this agreement that would interfere with our ability to take our maximum positions down the line if these ordinances that we've proposed should fail?
There wouldn't be any prejudice from this. It's got termination provisions in it. This agreement can be terminated, and it's just meant to satisfy the obligations of 1755070.
Okay, thank you. And I didn't see it either, but I just wanted to be certain. The other question I have is, what is the benefit to Airbnb of this? Because I couldn't understand how they were getting anything from this. And it's very odd for companies, especially behemoths like that, to volunteer to enter into an agreement that obliges them to do something they're not obliged to do, but they don't get anything in return. So what are they getting?
Go ahead, Trevor.
I got to interrupt if Paul wanted to say something, but
what they're getting is what they've already gone down this route with Santa Monica. And we've spoken long and hard about how much we want a Santa Monica type ordinance. They've given Santa Monica virtually the same kind of agreement that we have here in front of us. And so to their way of thought, they're really not losing anything. They conceded it when they lost to Santa Monica, in my opinion.
But what are they getting that they don't have without this agreement? Because they can voluntarily do the things they're agreeing to do. What benefit do they get?
If they were only doing it voluntarily and there wasn't any agreement in place to do it, we'd continue beating on them in public.
I think Paul's a little bit right. I had a discussion with them about that, and I think this is their attempt to be good partners in what they view a difficult situation. That would be my analysis.
Well, I'm going to vote to approve it, but I'm skeptical of that.
I'm sure there's an end to this. Well, if they're good partners, then, maybe we get to do more business here. I don't know. Okay, well, we have a motion and we have a second. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti?
Yes.
Mayor Pearson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, it's almost 9 o'clock. Does anyone in council want to take their break now or move? I see a hand up. So I can't see the clock, the screen we're on right now.
8:56.
8:56. So 9:03. How's that?
Ugh.
Try and keep moving. Is that not too much time or not enough?
Make it 9:05.
9:05. Everyone turn off your screens and mute, and I'll see you in a little bit. Hi, Yolanda.
Hey.
Good to see you.
You too.
Okay, we're just missing Paul. Oh, here he comes. Okay, I think everyone's back. And we are now on item 4A, the Los Angeles County Fire Code. Can we have a report, please?
Yes. Good evening, City Council. The California Building Standard Commission established a statewide building standard code that is mandated throughout California. This California building standard consists of 12 parts in the Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. On December 2019, staff brought to you for adoption 11 of the 12 parts of this code, which included the California Building Code Volume 1 and 2, Electrical Code, Building Plumbing Code, Mechanical Code, Residential Code, Green Building Code, Administrative Code, Existing Building Code, Historical Building Code, and Energy Code. Tonight, we present to you the first reading of the Fire Code. The state law requires a new edition of the Title 24 to be adopted every 3 years. This evening, we are here to recommend the introduction of the first reading ordinance number 480, adopted by reference the Los Angeles County Fire Code, which incorporates the 2019 edition of the California Fire Code, as ratifying the Consolidated Fire Protection District of the Los Angeles Building Standards. We also are recommending to schedule a public hearing for the second reading and adoption on March 8, 2021 at this regular City Council meeting. That concludes my presentation, and I'm here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Yolanda. Do we have public speakers?
You do not have any speakers signed up for this item.
Okay, thank you. So we're back here at the council for questions or a motion. I see Bruce's hand.
Got Bruce's first.
Thank you, Yolanda. That was helpful to me. Question. The only question I have, at least for now, is what impact, if any, will this have on Woolsey fire rebuilds?
None. Yes, none. Every fire rebuild goes through review through the LA County Fire for fire occupancy and the fuel modification. There are no changes within the code that are going to affect any of our fire rebuilds.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, Paul, did you have your hand up? Someone did. Steve?
I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
I'll second it. I'll third it.
Okay, yes, Trevor.
That would be ordinance number 480, an ordinance of the City of Malibu adopting by reference Title 32 of the Los Angeles County Code, which incorporates the 2019 edition of the California Fire Code as amended, adopting local amendments to said code, ratifying the Consolidated Fire Protection District of Los Angeles County's building standards contained in Title 32 as amended, and finding the action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Is that correct?
That's exactly what I said.
Okay. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Euring.
Yes.
Councilmember Fair.
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti.
Yes.
Mayor Pearson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are on to item 4B, floodplain management ordinance. Can we have a report, please?
Yes, good evening, council. Tonight I have an update to our floodplain ordinance that we have within our municipal code. Let's go. I have a couple of slides here I'll go over, and most of them are kind of showing the different changes we have in the ordinance, but let's go to the first slide. Next slide. So let me give you a background on this ordinance. This ordinance is really a regulation on development within the floodplain, and what this is that And in turn, what that does is that it gives the ability of the city and the community to actually participate in FEMA's National Flood Insurance Program. And what that is a subsidized flood insurance program that FEMA offers to the residents so they can get cheap and affordable flood insurance for their properties. So like I said, with that, FEMA requires us to adhere to their standards to make sure that we're complying to when someone's developing within a flood zone, that they adhere to these regulations, which are included in our floodplain ordinance. Back in 2018, it happened to be like a month before Woolsey happened. We had our regular meeting with a FEMA representative. They come in, check our records, they check our ordinance and everything, making sure that we're following their procedures correctly. One of the things that our latest visit mentioned is that we need to change the city's floodplain ordinance. FEMA did some minor revisions to the floodplain ordinance, and during that review, our representative said that we need to make these changes. One other thing that I also want to point out too is that, as some of the council members know, is that we are in the process of revising the floodplain maps, and that's in process with FEMA now. This is the regulation that will eventually go with those floodplain new maps for the development within the floodplain. They're kind of, they work hand in hand, but they're a little bit different issues. The new revisions to the flood maps, I'll give a separate presentation within the next couple of months. FEMA right now is currently reviewing our revisions to the maps, and once I have more information on that, I'll give a separate presentation on that. So let's go to the next slide. So one of the things I want to point out is that most of all of these changes that you'll see in here, I'm going to go through them pretty quickly, are all pretty minor technical kind of definitions or something changes minor. Like in this section here, they added a definition of what an accessory structure is. It's something for the purpose of parking no more than 2 cars, or it's a building it's a small low-cost shed for limited storage. Also, it talked about, it added some more language in for definitions for existing and new mobile homes. It also added a new construction definition and added the language that FEMA wanted us to put in there when the city first adopted the floodplain ordinance. And so that is a series of changes. And let's go to the next slide. The next change that you can see, they're pretty minor in here. The first one is it has clarifications regarding the proposed elevations of lowest floors in flood zones, and before it was the lowest elevations, and they changed some of the wording to that. It's small little wording changes. The next section actually talks about some clarifications regarding flood vents and foundations. In some locations, development can have a building that's lower than the flood zone, so long as they have these flood vents. And this section kind of gives a little bit more clarification on what applicants need to do. Next section is requires the applicant to provide more descriptions on water course alterations. So if someone's coming in and changing the water course, that is kind of a no-no with FEMA, but they want it's allowed with certain requirements, but they want, in this section here, they want more description on what the actual water course alterations are. Next slide. The next one is includes clarifications on floodplain administrator to make determinations of substantial improvements and substantial damages of existing structures. So what this is that if someone comes in and wants to remodel their house or has damages from a storm, FEMA requires us to make a determination if those improvements are substantial or not. So this section here just kind of gives a little bit more clarification on what those procedures are. The next one is talking about actually adding a little bit more language in the ordinance that talks about and makes that the floodplain administrator make determination that proposed development will not increase the water surface elevations more than a foot. Next slide. Another couple more small changes is applicants can ask FEMA if they would like to change the flood maps, and what this next ordinance sort of changes is that those applicants submit those requests over to the city and review those, and we hold off issuing a building permit until those map revisions are made by FEMA. The next one is requires the floodplain administrator to develop a substantial improvement and substantial damage procedures for the community. And this provides the community a method of calculating that substantial damage and substantial improvements. Next slide. Once again, this next one is actually a repeat of another one. It requires the applicant to submit any map revisions to the city prior to approval and prior to any building permits. The next requirement is that it requires the city to notify FEMA if the city is going to modify any boundaries. And the last one here on this page is requires the city to maintain all records of variance issued by the city. Next slide. Next one here includes that recreational vehicles must meet the requirements of in flood zone VE, and that's only if that recreational vehicle is in flood zone VE. It just made it a little more clear that those situations must comply to those requirements. The next one is that it's the next change in here includes standards for garage and accessory structures. And the last change on this slide here, it replaces the reference to first floor to the lowest floor. It's a little terminology change that FEMA made within the last couple of years. Next slide. This next one is the biggest change out of all the requirements that we got from FEMA was in flood zone VE, which is along a lot of the coastline here within the city. The previous requirement was that the lowest horizontal structural member of the building must be higher than the base flood elevation on the flood maps. Now FEMA is requiring that the lowest horizontal structure member now be 1 foot above the base flood elevation. So this change essentially raised those requirements 1 foot. And lastly, on this slide is they added a new section on floodways. It prohibits development within floodways unless the applicant can show that the water surface created by development does not change by 1 foot and that it does not increase any flood levels. Next slide. And that's all the changes, and I'm here for questions.
Okay, let me see first, do we have any public speakers?
You do have one speaker, if we can hear from Craig Hill.
Okay, great.
Hey, good evening, council members and Rob and rest of staff. A few observations and then a few related questions. The staff report is incomplete. There's a due process concern here. And we just saw the slideshow, and it's really, what you just saw was a description of things to change, but it's not the changes themselves. When amending in an ordinance, the standard practice is to produce a markup draft. with the existing ordinance marked up, typically with the old language struck out and new language inserted in red, so that one can actually see what the specific proposed amendments are in comparison to the existing language. Instead, here we get mentions of minor technical amendments, which is a judgment that is for the public to decide. And, you know, small changes in words can have huge implications. So, and in the staff report, we just get generalized assertions of, for example, that additional requirements are in it and that there are some new definitions about various things, but it doesn't say exactly what those changes might be. It does give us the new proposed ordinance, 18 pages of it, but there's no representation of what in it has actually been changed from the old. So there's really no reasonable way for the public to ascertain what the changes are proposed. So the remedy would be to continue the item so that a proper markup draft can be produced. The FEMA deadline is in March, so you can still turn this around in time by your next meeting. And my related questions would be, and I don't know, I'm just asking, but what is the status of the updated FEMA flood maps? And I know Rob just touched on that, but it's still a little fuzzy how they relate to the proposed changes here. And regardless of the FEMA deadline coming up, would it make sense to be changing the floodplain management ordinance now, or does the city need to integrate the new maps first? I don't know. I mean, is there any chance we're putting the horse behind the cart? And then finally, Rob just mentioned for the first time, I didn't see it in the report anywhere, there was language that the city is to preserve all records of variances. And is that just for flood related matters, or is that for all variances? So I'll leave my comments there and look forward to your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're back here at the council. Paul, your hand was up a while ago.
Yeah, I'm wondering, who is our floodplain administrator?
That's me.
Okay. You're okay with me. It's all right then.
Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, Mikey, I had a conversation with Rob earlier today to try and figure out sort of the question that Paul asked. You know, we've got the floodplain maps that I think the Moffett brothers are taking a look at in front of FEMA. And then how does this relate to what's going on there? And I guess sort of the response I got from Rob was, let me go back. Rob, FEMA has read this document, your proposed change, and they've agreed with everything in there, right? This is what they required us to have. Okay.
Correct.
And what I guess the next step says, you know, we're hoping to get the FEMA flood maps done within the next couple of months so that this document will now relate to those things, and that'll be good. But my bigger issue is I was on the planning commission 4 years. I never heard of this stuff. All right. I mean, this is tough. I mean, who the hell's going to administer all this? You know, and I'm sure and maybe the other planning commissioners were a hell of a lot smarter than I am, but, you know, I'm almost to the point of saying someone ought to sit down with whether it's Yolanda's group or the planning staff, somebody better sit down and explain all this stuff to them, because this is different than a lot of the other stuff I looked at when I was sitting on the planning commission. Don't know whether that's good or bad, but I mean, when you read this stuff, I mean, even your ability to grant variances, the language in here is very restrictive in terms of any ability to grant a variance. You know, it can't be an economic decision. So my only, I guess, where I'm going with this is, if we're going to do this, somebody in the city ought to figure out how we're going to train or explain this to all the people who have to implement this thing, because this is not a simple program. And I'm done.
So, good points. And it has taken me a while to kind of get everything from FEMA and to get it. And luckily, I have a good resource at FEMA to kind of bounce ideas and everything. And I think I'm pretty much up to speed. But one of the things that I want to do, granted time and everything, is also maybe put together something for the community talking about the floodplain and what's required and what's not. I kind of wanted to wait until I get a little bit more information on our new maps and from FEMA, and then kind of present that into maybe some type of community meeting or something. I hate to have another community meeting that to put on us, to put on everybody. But I think it's good information getting out to what's allowed and what's not allowed, and what is a variance and what's not a variance, and what's required. So,
you know, if you can figure out how to put a meeting together that deals with this and sea level rise, you're going to get a hell of a raise. Explain that to the residents, because I mean that's an interesting subject.
Yep, I agree.
All your hands been up a while.
Yeah, Steve said something that touched me off. Rob, can you? The report says that this is something they've been after us to do for basically 2.5 years, and they finally said you're out of time. Is that correct?
So,
did I read between the lines correctly?
Yeah. So when our FEMA rep came, it was at the end of, I think it was end of September 2018, and then shortly after that we had Woolsey Fire, and they reached out to us and said, you know, we totally understand. We'll give you a time to do this. This is not important to do it right now. Let's get you recovered and everything. They actually were very helpful. FEMA was very helpful with a lot of the storms, subsequent storms, and mitigation measures we had after the storms, which was really good. And then once we got caught up and felt pretty comfortable with how we're doing with our recovery with Woolsey, now we're in COVID. And so once again, FEMA has been going all over the place, and their assignments have been moved all over the country and doing different disasters. They gave us another time to push it out. But however, the new FEMA headquarters that has mentioned that, okay, the time is up, that we need to get this wrapped up. Let's get this wrapped up before this time is over, and so we can move on and get this going. So I kind of drug this out as long as I could, and to get this, and we're at a point now where, yeah. So,
Yolanda has a comment.
Yeah, just a quick comment on Steve's question for implementation. This is very typical, and my previous jurisdiction, I was very much involved with public works and implementing it, especially when a property is adding and we need to work with public works. We will work conjunctly and get those numbers and report it back to FEMA. There are also stipulations under the Volume 2 of the California Building Code. They are already incorporated there for any floodplain procedures, and also design for structures that are very close to those areas to take into account. So it is a city effort. It's not just one department, and we will get coordination with Public Works, and we will work together with them.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce?
Yeah, start with a comment, and I have a few questions. Actually, first comment, Rob, thank you. That was a very informative presentation. It helped me distill what's going on here more than I had before. I do want to note, and I don't mean to be combative about this, but I do want to note that this was a 3-page staff report and a 10-page PowerPoint. I was berated last week for providing a 25-page PowerPoint to a 25-page report. I would like to understand, and I also was berated for not getting the city attorney to review it, sign off on it as a substantive matter. I see that this has a approved as to form provision for the city attorney, and I'd like to understand how much work the city attorney's office has put into this substantively to approve it and confirm that it's not required to go to coastal, and that there are no other issues with it. So I'd like to understand that. The other thing I'd like to understand is what private property in Malibu, if any, is implicated by this proposed amendment, this proposed ordinance, and how is it implicated? And if it is, have the private property owners been given some kind of notice of this proposal so that they can review it and react to it?
So in regards to the review of this ordinance, first off, we received a standard model ordinance from FEMA showing what our ordinance should look like. And I was able to go through that model ordinance that FEMA put together, take out the information or the stuff that we needed to change, kind of review both of them to go side by side with our FEMA rep and kind of really pinpoint the exact things that we needed to change. Once we got those changes done and working closely with FEMA, I worked with the city attorney's office to actually review the ordinance and make sure everything was in order. We did this quite a few times going back and forth. And so this document was kind of reviewed by federal agencies and our city attorneys and myself, going back and forth.
What about the question? Thank you. That's helpful. What about private property owners?
Oh, private. Most of this stuff, most of these, the regulations probably won't have any type of impact to the majority of the property owners. The one change that I mentioned was the change in elevation of development within a FEMA flood map zone VE. Before, they had to have their lowest horizontal structure member of their building actually at the base flood elevation. So the map of the flood zone has an area and has an elevation of what the base flood elevation is. Those property owners have to have their structural bottom of their foundation above that. And now the new requirement is requiring that those property owners, those be raised a foot above the base flood elevation. And so projects that are currently in plan check and going through they're already using the old standard, will still use the old standard. Projects that are come in after the fact of this ordinance will have to comply with the new ordinance.
So, Paul, I respect your opinion on real estate matters and development far more than my own. Is that of any? Are the changes here in any way concerning to you if you represented someone who owned property that would be affected by this, such that you'd want them to have an opportunity to say something? You're muted. Still muted.
Still muted.
Once again, okay, the homeowners along the beaches and along the floodways are well aware of the fact that FEMA has been trying to increase the base level of the maps, and there have been several meetings about that. This is, in comparison to the maps, this is very nitpicky stuff that we're talking about right now. The maps are everything. This is deciding whether or not we're going to require people to have cocoa mat floor mats when they're entering their house. It's not important. What's important to the homeowners and the people who are planning on doing something to their house is where are those maps going to come in? And we've been fighting a good fight on that for about 4 years now.
Seems like it.
So maybe it's only 3. But it's I'm not concerned about the requirements in this this ordinance.
Yeah, I agree with Paul. The maps came in; they were pretty shocking at first, pretty hard to understand to many of us.
So I just want to point out too is I try to talk to the FEMA rep and everything to not include this, doesn't include it, and they were pretty insistent that this is their new requirement and we had to go with this. There wasn't any negotiation or actually trying not to do it. And so.
And it isn't true, or correct me, if we don't approve this, people can't get flood insurance.
Oh, yes. And so what I've been told is that if this doesn't get passed or could move forward to it, what FEMA will do will suspend the city in this flood insurance program. Anybody that has flood insurance and they're looking to renew their insurance will be denied. Anybody looking to get new insurance won't be able to get flood insurance from FEMA.
And that would be, as I already know, a massive impact.
And just a little tidbit on here, talking to our FEMA rep, there's quite a few agencies around that have been, they're behind the 8 ball on this, and they're most likely going to be suspended because they haven't got to this yet. So.
Very cool.
Paul?
The other thing I wanted to respond to was Craig's question about what are we going to do about the fact that Coastal Commission and have they looked at this, and Coastal and FEMA are, if not walking absolutely in step, are so close that I haven't seen Coastal object to anything FEMA's done ever. So it's not a concern.
Bruce?
I'll move that we approve this.
Can I get a second? Okay, we have a motion, a second. Can we have roll call, please?
I'm sorry.
Actually, yeah. I guess you got it.
After right. Trevor, make
Trevor
sure we nail it perfectly.
All right. Okay, so the motion is to adopt ordinance number 481, an ordinance of the City of Malibu amending chapter 15.20 of Title 15 of the Malibu Municipal Code to make technical amendments to the floodplain management ordinance and finding the same exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Correct?
Yep.
Works for me.
Okay. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Pearson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're at item 4C, appeal number 20-008, appeal of Planning Commission resolution number 2-58, continued from January 25th, 2021. I think first we have a couple of people, I believe, need to recuse themselves. Bruce, I see you there.
Yeah. Yes, I need to do that consistent with last week. I have had difficulty connecting and unconnecting, reconnecting with Zoom. Is it acceptable if I turn the microphone and camera off and walk away from my computer until this is over, or must I disconnect?
The recommendation from the FPPC is to actually disconnect, and that puts you in the safe harbor there. So that would be my recommendation. If you can't make it happen,
Well, let me ask you a question. Can he disconnect and then reconnect, be put in the waiting room?
Yeah, if you got put in the waiting room, that would be fine. Then everyone can see he's not part of the hearing. That would be sufficient.
Oh, so please do that then. Put me in the waiting room and I won't touch my computer.
Did Alex do that?
Oh, let's find out.
Yeah, good idea. Somebody wake Alex up.
Councilmember Euring, you're recusing on this one as well.
Yeah, and I know Bruce. Where's Bruce? He's gone. Yes, Bruce had a number. He had a number of conversations with the city attorney regarding whether I should or shouldn't recuse myself from this. This house has been going on for a long time. I don't want to do anything. This guy's going to be an old man before he gets it built. So I'm recusing myself, and I'll see you guys later.
Okay, thank you. Okay, staff report, please.
Mayor Pearson, we're available for any questions unless you would like us to go over it again quickly. The item before you this evening, as we've mentioned, is the issue of the house being redesigned to accommodate the requirements of the LA County Fire Department, which resulted in a second floor that was placed on the opposite side of the house. It was moved from the western end of the house to the eastern end of the home. Would you like us to show the slide showing that, or would you prefer to get to discussion?
Well, why don't we get to this public speakers and we can bring up the slides later if we need to. Does that make sense? Oh, wait, Trevor has a comment. Go ahead, Trevor.
Mr. Mayor, just want to clarify a few things. First, if we could take any disclosures, any new disclosures, if anything happened since the last hearing, it should be disclosed here. And then to just clarify for everyone, this will, the commentary here is the same as for oral communication since we heard the public hearing last week. So everyone will get 3 minutes with the applicant going last.
Okay, and it's everyone keeps saying last week. It's actually been 2 weeks. I'm just to correct the record there. Not that it matters. Do we have any disclosures, Paul?
I received phone calls from neighbors, and I did not take the calls.
Okay. Karen?
Actually, I received a text inviting me to view the property. That text came from the appellant, and I declined.
Okay. My disclosures are I visited, as I said I would, the Clooney Ross property in exceedingly deep mud, and I brought my boots, thank goodness this time. I have not made that mistake in the past. And to see the, I had not been in many months to where they're basically the deck of the first floor is, not the deck, but whatever, the outside area of the first floor, to see what the view looked like from there. Craig met me there, one of the property owners. His wife Stacy came along, and then Mr. Who else came along? Why my brain just went. Oh, Mr. Lukoff came along. I let them all know I would not be discussing the item with them, and I did not. I just came to take a look at the view. I also had a short phone call with, oh wait, no, never mind, wrong item, reverse. I also had a phone call with Steve Glenn, who I have met previously, is the owner of, geez, my brain is going, the company that builds these homes.
Plant.
Thank you. Sitting right there, couldn't come up with it. We did not discuss this particular project. We just discussed in general modular homes and making changes. What I learned there is that making a change generally, such as some of the neighbors are hoping to see, is not a minor deal. It's for multiple reasons, more than just moving the one second story to one side to another, has a lot of other implications. We did not discuss it in detail, just in general. Also, I forgot to mention, when I was at the Clooney Ross house and got a sense of the view of the Denker property, last time I was there, I don't even think the building existed yet. And now it's being built. So I was able to get a little more clarity on what it looked like. And I think that's my disclosures. Okay, we'll go to public comment, and we start with the applicant first, correct?
I believe we're going to start with all the public commenters, then the appellant, then the applicant. And Trevor, I did want to confirm one thing. The Denkers also have a representative signed up to speak, Richard Carter. Should he get his own 3 minutes?
Sure, since we're in oral communications, so.
Okay. So our public speakers are Robert Brinkman, Mark Bowdy, and Terry Lukoff, and then we'll hear from the appellant, Stacy Clooney Ross, and the applicant and their representatives, Jen and Jeff Denker, and Richard Carter. So first we'll hear from Robert Brinkman.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the City Council. This is a tricky, difficult situation. It's a very slippery argument. I feel that the neighbors directly affected by this have been left out of the discussion. I think that is demonstrated by the way Mr. Mollica framed this whole problem to begin with, because he just said that the fire department required the second floor to be moved, and that's simply not true. The fire department required a turnaround. The Denkers solution to this required turnaround was that they wanted to add a subterranean garage, and they wanted to they wanted to also keep their second story, but because that violated the 2 stories rule, they moved it. That wasn't what the fire department asked them to do, that's what they wanted to do. In the process, they also increased the size of the second floor, so it's not like they just had to move it, they also wanted to be larger. They have a plan here for the second floor, and that's to get a better view, to make it larger, and to make their whole house bigger. And I know that then the planning department will argue, yes, but it's within the 10% that they're allowed. True, but their second floor is increasing 40%. But whatever argument we make, there's always an excuse. And last week it was Karen Farrer's reason for approving this, that it had taken a long time and they should be helped, like all fire victims. And I agree that fire victims should be helped, including the Denkers. But the reason this has taken a long time is because this came as a surprise to the neighbors, because nobody ever knew about this until it was already approved by the Planning Commission. And this is not a clear-cut issue. Even the Planning Commission was closely divided. And we're all trying to figure out the best solution here. And I think there is another solution. It's just the Denkers' contention that there's only one single solution to this, which is this. And when it was suggested to them that we could look for another solution, then the argument changes again, and it becomes, well, we can't afford to look at any changes. So it's kind of inconsistent. It's just whatever is the argument of the moment to help push this through that seems to count. And as the neighbors, we're just asking you to please stop and actually let us review a solution that everybody can live with, not just the Denkers. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mark Bowdy.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mark.
Okay, so I'll just open with this. I think this house needs to be built and approved. Malibu's Planning Commission, unfortunately, the last go around, you're coming off one of the worst planning commissions in Malibu history. Comment was made at the last hearing about a house on Cuthbert where I represented the Colbys, and nobody seems to have understand the central point we made when we talk about neighborhood standards. And if there's any doubt about this passing on a 3-0 vote, if you look at your own general plan on the issue of neighborhood standards, you'll find that it is the neighborhood itself that is supposed to suggest the standards, and the city is required to adopt those standards as long as it's in compliance with the general plan. What we did on the Cuthbert house, and this is true of this house as well, is we showed by having 19 neighbors come talk that because of Woolsey and the destruction of so many homes, there was no neighborhood standard before or after Woolsey, but there certainly isn't after Woolsey. If you look at your local land use objective 6.1, the city shall protect the property owner's reasonable use of their land consistent with the policies of the general plan. This proposed home complies in every way with the general plan. There is no basis to further delay it or deny it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Lukoff.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Terry.
My name's Terry Lukoff, and I've lived in Malibu Park since 1974, and I've owned the property at 5938 Fillory Heights since 1987. Stacy grew up on the Harvester property, and together we have been residents of Malibu Park for approximately 100 years. Her family has lived in Malibu Park, and I lived there with my wife. If there was no fire, this house would never have been approved. These people would have had to have come to the Planning Commission and seek a variance. But they didn't need to seek a variance because what happened is the city bypassed that process and gave them administrative approval. So the first time we actually knew about it, we were, as neighbors, forced to appeal this. Now, let me make it clear. Both Robert Brinkman, myself, and Stacy Cooney Ross are all appealing this. We've been in this since the beginning, and Malibu needs to follow the mission statement. They asked that after the fire rebuilds, Karen and Mike and the current city council at that time, they approved rebuilding a house with adding 10%. Well, what happened here is that the second floor has been increased from 441 square feet to 771 square feet. If you would have looked at the 10% rule, which is the mandated law, it's 485 square foot, which would be allowed to be built. For that reason, and that reason alone, this project may not be passed without going in front of the Planning Commission and seeking a variance under regular standards because it's over 10%. Second of all, the fact that this house is mandated by the fire department is totally false. That's a totally false statement that has been perpetuated. This bankers could extend the turnaround in there for the fire department as farther back into the rear of the north side of their property. They could extend the first floor of their property, and it would not impact the fire department turnaround at all. There are other alternatives on what they can build. And the statement by one of the council members 2 weeks ago that there was no other alternative is also a false statement. For the fact that you need to follow the law, period. You need to follow the law. Karen and Mike were on the city council, and you made the fire standard rebuild laws, and you need to
Terry, that's your time.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from the appellant, Stacy Clunis Ross.
Okay.
Good evening, council members. This is actually Craig Clunis Ross again, Stacy's husband. I'm going to keep this really short here because we're hopeful that there obviously will be resolution tonight. Couple of things I've added in. While Mrs. Farah contends in her disclosure that she declined our information, she did an invitation to the property. She did not decline. She merely said that she would come up alone and did not want to meet with us at the property. We didn't see the point in that, so we didn't respond. And as far as Mr. Bowdy's comments go, I don't know that it has anything to do with the neighborhood in the regard that he speaks of. And for him to contend that it's completely in compliance with everything, you know, really, the issue here at hand is much bigger than us, and it's really very simple. This is about setting the right precedent to protect other residents who may potentially be affected by fire rebuilds. The only reason this is still on appeal is because of the Planning Commission, as well as Mayor Pearson raised the issue of like for like. We are leaving this in the hands of the City Council to do what's right for the city and its residents, as was set forth by Mayor Pearson. Since our last meeting, Terry Lukoff has provided you all with plans and feasible alternatives that should have been explored at the very beginning of this issue and should currently be explored by the Dankers. We also want to be clear that we are not the only appellants to this project. Although it does seem as though the City Council has already made its mind up anyway. We are in full agreement with everything that Mr. Brinkman has raised and feel exactly the same way, especially with regard to the fire department, who seem to be the scapegoats. We implore you to be part of the solution and not the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from the applicant, which is Jen and Jeff Denker, and their representative, Richard Carter.
Okay,
So we'll unmute Jen and Jeff.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So, Mikey, we were waiting. We adjourned last week. I don't know that there's much for us to say from this position. We adjourned because you very graciously offered to come up with a plan, a simple solution. So there isn't much for me to say until we hear the solution that you have for us tonight.
Okay.
If Jen doesn't have anything for Richard to say, that would conclude public comment on this item.
All right, Richard, are you speaking?
Unmute.
Oh,
yes,
there he is.
can you hear
There he
me?
is. Yeah, I can hear you, Richard.
Yes. I submit on behalf of the Dankers a position paper in support of the Planning Commission's recommendation that the City Council allow the Danker project to go forward. I'm a resident of Malibu, long time, and you hear a lot about following the law, and I'm a lawyer, and this seems very simple to me. The issue as a lawyer is that neither the Lukoffs or the Brinkmans appealed the decision, and as a lawyer and under the law, they are not allowed to put forth their position here. That leaves us with the Clooney-Ross position, which is very simply that their primary view has been blocked by the Danker project. I don't believe the evidence supports that based on the landscaping pictures that we've provided. Those trees in that area, if you had 3 kids go through Malibu High School, everyone's been on Philadelphia Heights Road many times. There was significant trees. They blocked the view. There's no evidence that they didn't. More importantly, the law is that because the Clooney-Ross home is currently under construction and incomplete, they have no primary view corridor. It can't be established. Therefore, they don't have an appeal. Secondly, the like-for-like issue is beyond my pay grade, but the Planning Commission laid out in their recommendation exactly why it isn't like-for-like, and that LIP section 14.13.4.6 applies. If that applies, the Clooney-Ross project or objection should be overruled. And lastly, this City Council, many of the members enacted Ordinance 450, which is as clear as can be. No properties in the disaster area, there were not fire rebuilds. They're all temporarily prohibited from obtaining new or updated view determinations. And that's exactly what the Clooney-Rosses are asking you to do, and the law says they can't. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. So we're back here at the council. Comments, anything? Paul?
To start, I'd just like to say for a moment that I appreciate that people are pretty excited about this, and some of the stuff that's been said is not 100% true. Most of you know that the plus 10% fire ordinance has been part of the landscape in Malibu for around 30 years. So that's not anything that you guys passed recently. The plus 10% in the event of a fire rebuild was in effect back in '93, I know. So, you know, that's nothing that, nobody changed the rules to make this possible. Also, I don't believe that the rules on the where you put the plus 10% are significant as long as you stay below the 2/3 rule. But maybe Richard Malika could fill us in on that. And I think it's fairly clear from my reading of this file now for the 6th time that there really is no standing to do anything but approve this. So if Richard could weigh in on whether or not the rules control where the plus 10% can be, I'd really appreciate to hear about it.
Councilmember Grisanti, your question gives you an answer. The answer is that the exemption just says 10% generally. It doesn't say that it has to be on the first floor or where exactly. It's just that the building is sited in roughly the same location as the previous building, and that they can add 10% to it. And in this case, while yes, if you look at just the second floor, it is a bit, it goes more than 10%. However, the rules have us look at the building as a whole. And in that case, the building is actually, the garage and main residence is actually a bit under the 10% expansion allowed.
I'd also like to make the point again that because the original second story was located diagonally, the distance, the visual appearance of it from the Clunies-Ross house was almost precisely the same width as it is now, as the proposed building is. When I did the best I could to scale the old plans based on the 11 by 17s that the city provided to me, it's right around 24, 25 feet across the points on the old building on the diagonal as viewed from the Clunies-Ross property. And the new one is about the same size. So there's no additional view obstruction. It's moved to the left a little bit, but they're over 250 feet away. I'm surprised that there's an argument about this at all.
Okay, Karen?
Thanks. I was going to raise the same point that Paul did about the 10%. I've never heard anyone mention where that will be distributed. And as Richard just cleared up for us, there is no requirement that it be on the ground floor. I am sorry that there is what seems to be now a significant amount of bad blood between the neighbors. I don't know any of them. I've known most of them a long time. I don't know any of them well enough to know if some of this existed before the fire. In any event, I'm sorry to see this amount of animosity between neighbors. But I will say what I said last week. I don't see another finding for this other than to approve it.
Okay, guess it's my turn. I have a question first before I make some comments. Trevor, can you pop on?
I'm here.
So there's 3 of us here. So something I think was a realization that hadn't really sunk in till, was it today, yesterday? I don't know. It's all a blur. No, today's Monday, so it probably wasn't yesterday. So it takes 3 votes to pass anything.
3 votes to adopt a resolution.
To adopt a resolution. So if I voted yes, it passes. If I vote no, then it goes to a minute, what do we call it?
We had to take action by minute order.
Minute order. So basically hearing that at this point that they're both apparently in favor at this point, the outcome appears to be known. Is that correct? Am I missing anything?
We can all add the same.
Okay. Richard, and I echo what Karen said. I just find it's actually heartbreaking to me what this neighborhood's been through. I think most people know I was there Saturday midday. It was horrific. It was emotional. It was difficult. It was we had to chainsaw, my son and I had to chainsaw our way in there to help people. It was a disaster. And other stuff going on, it's hard to talk about still. It was painful. So I really, really feel for everybody here, and to end up here with a neighborhood that's just gone through so much is tough. I'm going to see if I can ask for a modification and see what you two think. Can you bring up the map that we talked about, Richard, or the plan?
Alex, could you bring up my PowerPoint? I believe the slide we're looking for is towards the end. Is there another slide behind that one? There we go, that's the one.
Okay, we'll do with that. So I think what we have here is a set of very unfortunate circumstance. And I don't think, maybe it couldn't possibly be thought of by the code. We have a set of rules on a fire rebuild with the plus 10% that in this case, in this rare case, went sideways for the neighbor. We also have something else that I find unfortunate. The Clooney Rosses had plans for their house, the one on the left, I know it's hard to see, before the Woolsey fire. So they planned, and as you can see, their house, if you can follow me, I can't have a pointer here because we're not live, but it points sort of towards that red arrow, towards the tip of that red arrow. And there is no way that they could know when they were planning their house and their view that this disaster would happen, and out of nowhere, a second story that was on the west side would now be on the east side. No one could have foreseen this at all. However it happened. So I am not going to blame anyone for this. I think there's a lot of circumstance that happened here. And the fact that maybe that follows a reading of the code is a very unfortunate situation for people that planned something before this house burned down and is now being rebuilt. What I would like to ask for, and I think would be fair in this tough situation and would benefit everybody, I hope, is that the space between the east side of the Dankers house and sort of the property line, which I assume is over toward Terry Lukoff's house, that we limit the heights of the trees that grow there so that they now get a guaranteed view corridor that they, to some degree, probably didn't have before from the photos I've seen, because they're losing something they did have before. And in my calculations working with Richard, the Danker property is 10 feet lower than first floor to first floor than the Clooney Ross house. And so if we could limit the planting in that area between the east side of the house, and I think it's, like I said, I believe it's the Lukoff residence, to a maximum of 10 feet, so still solid hedge, it would leave those neighbors still with a view while allowing, obviously, the Dankers to rebuild their house and move forward. And that would be the modification I would like to ask my fellow city council people. Yes, Paul.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
You want to ask the applicant if they?
That's fair. Thank you for your help on that, Trevor. I am not in control of Zoom at this point. I will need some assistance.
They're unmuted now.
Am I on?
Is that Jen?
Yeah, it's Jen. Hi. Hi.
So now you know my plan. What do you think?
I know your plan. Are there dimensions to the 10 feet tall? How long of a stretch?
The north-south, the extent. In other words, what the. Hi, Paul. It's Jeff here too.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi. I'm sorry if you don't mind. I think.
No, please. Thank you for joining in.
Yeah, we're
speaking.
here.
Rather than me be a voice in the background, so allow me just to speak for 1 second. I think that this is a good idea. Our question would be, Paul, and thank you for the time that Mikey, excuse me. Our question, Mikey, would be really the extent of the opening, in other words, that is being considered here. Are we talking about something that would run 100 feet along the shared property line, let's just say with the Lukoffs, or are we talking about something more limited? In other words, we would like to have better definition of what that would be before we would agree, huh?
That's fair enough. I would say the general idea in my mind is from the east corner of your building where the two-story part occurs, running kind of straight towards Lukoff's, just to allow a view window for the neighbors behind you while still allowing you to have lush planting, just not as high. So not running north to south, running in that area east to west.
Is this something that Clooney's Rosses have already agreed to?
No, I have not shared this with anybody.
Okay.
Because that wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be fair. So I'm doing it in an open meeting.
The mayor is saying that you could make the findings for the project if you agree to the modification that he's suggesting. And then Richard, if maybe you could provide some specific language about what that condition would state, so then we'd be able to take action.
Yes, Jen.
I just have to say though, we're the applicants, not the appellants. Don't the appellants have to approve of this first before we approve of this? Because we approve of the original plan.
No, I'm asking the council to approve a modification to your landscaping plan, but I think it's fairly minor. It still allows it, I know how lush your property was. Still, it doesn't impact how lush it was before, just how high it is in that area. That's all I'm asking. To try and find a neighborhood compromise.
I think, Mikey, I think that idea is a very good one. And thank you for working on this. Again, I think that my only concern would be that if this limitation, let's just call it that, this landscape limitation, were to extend from the extreme northeast corner of our lot, yes? So that's the corner there that's all the way down to our house. That would be too much, I think. We need to.
No, not the northeast corner, just the corner.
Richard, can you illustrate on a map? Can you?
Yeah, I wish I had a pointer.
I know, it's
an arrow.
I don't think I have the ability to do arrow. Maybe though, if we, Alex, could you please bring up? It looks like he's doing it. Our picture again.
So see where the red arrow, the red arrow ends?
Yes.
If you went from there just across to the building, what is that, about 40 feet?
Right.
So
yep.
That's that area. So it leaves a view of the ocean for not only the Clooney Rosses, I suspect. It'll also, I'm not sure where the other houses are, but generally opens up that corridor there and allows your house to be built. And I think leaves you a lot of latitude for your landscaping, but just lowers it in that one area to open up that window.
I see what you're saying. I think Jen and I now see, Mikey, what you're thinking of. And that would be from, as you say, that northeast corner of the house, extending more or less in a straight line to where the red arrow hits the property right there. It would be kind of that little corridor in there.
Right. And still can be lush and planted, but just leaving a view corridor there. Probably.
And as far as the property line goes, we aren't limited to 6-foot landscaping. We can put like what we had before.
Your planting was so extensive. I'll be honest. I don't know what was where. It was a beautiful jungle.
There's no application here for any type of modification of the code. So it would be whatever is allowed per code. I think it's 6 foot at the property line. And unless you have some kind of exception that would allow you to regrow it higher under the fire rebuild.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So there's no application for us to be able to modify, to allow you to build above what the code is. What this would be is a condition saying the maximum height in the area from where the arrow is to the corner of the house would be no higher than 10 feet. And does that extend which direction?
Yeah, just like it was just drawn there, from the building to the arrow, that area, exactly.
How wide?
Well, I think, that's a fair question. That's a really good one.
Couldn't Richard give us that number?
Yeah, I can't measure that. I'd be guessing.
Richard, can you provide a number?
So from the arrow to the building is just over 50 feet, that distance there. And I guess my question would be, is I could give a number if I knew, how wide out do you want to go towards the front or to the rear property line? I guess that's my question.
I see. Well, I would say as long as I see the pool is back behind here. So just if that area cannot, that view corridor cannot have overly large trees, that would accomplish the goal.
One of our largest trees that only survived is a bird of paradise. That's right. It's actually one of the only trees that survived.
Anything that survived, I think, could stay. That's no problem. I wouldn't want you to take anything out at all. You've been through enough.
So any new landscaping in the area from that arrow to the house cannot exceed 10 feet in height. And then we just need the dimension for the width of that area.
The width, is that east-west or north-south you're thinking of?
We had the distance from the arrow to the home, and then it's to either side of the arrow is what we're trying to.
Well, I see. If I'm not mistaken, Jen and Jeff, it looks like you used to have a little orchard further up your property, didn't you? Towards the Clooney Rosses. Is that what that was? At the circles?
See it where there's the little circles are all the orchard.
Yeah. Are you gonna replant that, or what are you thinking?
Actually, Mikey, when you were at the property, you saw it. It's still
many of them are there.
The trees, all of those trees survived the fire. Interestingly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So then that's the general idea. If that could be kind of an area of lower vegetation, orchards, things like that, instead of giant eucalyptus trees, I think it would go a long ways to doing some healing in the neighborhood. I'm hoping that's my
In other words, I think I'm speaking very informally. Not legalistically at all, Mikey.
Right.
Very informally, we want to, what you're suggesting is establishing a view channel, really, that would extend through this area, the northeast corner of our house, over to the red arrow point on that's right there. And it would be a channel that would extend throughout that band of our property, which really starts kind of at the back property line and goes all the way forward up to this demarcation point, so that from the Clooney's Ross property, there would be a view through that channel. Landscaping would be permitted in there, obviously, but I believe that what you're suggesting is that it be, as you said, not 60-foot eucalyptus, nothing that's going to be terribly view blocking, but things that would grow like the bird of paradise or some of our orchard trees in there that would grow to more than 6 feet or around 10, 12 feet area. Those would be okay, just as long as we don't have anything dreadfully view blocking in there. I'm speaking a little bit more.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, well, I think we understand now exactly what it is that you're saying. I'm wondering this, since the Clooney's Rosses haven't yet given their okay on this, what would be the process going forward here? How does that work? Are you going to seek their approval on this tonight?
No, I don't need their approval, to be honest.
Okay. In other
This
words,
is a condition being placed on the property.
Yes, this is a condition being descended on them either way.
Okay.
And can I ask you a question? If the
Yes,
Clooney
of course.
process finish building this house and they sell it, does this condition move with the sale of their property, considering they did not have a view through this corridor before?
No, the findings are made based on what's constructed here. It can't be based on a potential sale of the
So
property.
it doesn't travel with the property.
The entitlements run with the land. So
Does this entitlement run with their land, or does it run with? I mean,
with
how-
your
how-
land.
It's your land.
Restriction runs
Oh,
with
but
your
how-
land.
okay, how do I see this? So if they sell their property after they finish it, do we have to continue to keep our landscape at
Yes.
this
Yes,
height?
that restriction applies.
Well, the restriction, yeah.
Yes, that way, I mean, I think we're covering,
You can
covering a
apply
lot
to
of bases.
amend in the future. You can always do that. That's an option.
Could we take 5 minutes to think about this and talk about this without?
We'd love to come up with an answer and end this discussion tonight, if possible, in a way that would obviate further process going forward. So in that spirit, if we could have 5 minutes to discuss it ourselves, that would be very much appreciated.
Okay, I guess hurry up and make it a quick 5 minutes.
It's going to be 5 minutes.
hurry up.
We
I'm
will,
unmuting
we
you.
will not abuse the privilege.
It might be less.
Can we make it shorter? You guys can just mute yourself and talk right now so that we can show that the council doesn't need to.
Yeah.
We've closed the public hearing and they're pending a vote.
Okay.
Very good.
Oh, I see Jen has her hand up, Alex.
Did we get it?
Yes, you're unmuted.
We were less than a minute, just for the record.
Yes, you were very quick and I appreciate it. Thank you.
In recognition of all the hard work you've done on this, Mikey, and again, many thanks, really. You've been terrific on all of this. We really would like to, we'd like to create an environment that would be a little bit more conducive to less tension in our immediate section of Malibu Park. There are some uncertainties here in the solution. We would like to think that our neighbors, the Clooney's Rosses, would be flexible with us in landscaping in that corridor, and that nobody be over at our house with a tape measure saying, you've gone, whatever it is here and whatever. If, however, there was a situation where we did something and it was starting to conflict with their view in a way that was clearly obnoxious, then absolutely, we'd like to have, communication, and we'll work with that. Based upon those understandings of spirit, for lack of a better term, I think that we would be okay going forward with this.
Well, thank you. And my emotions intent, my idea here is, yeah, there might be a branch or something sticking out. I'm talking about view blockage. So
Understood.
that's, yeah. So that, I think that's exactly kind of what you mean.
Understood. It is what I mean. Absolutely. And clearly they don't want anything that's going to be sticking up, 6 feet into their view and making a material blockage of their view corridor. That's understood. And we're happy to work within that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trevor, do you want to help me put together the motion here that Paul has?
Richard, are you able to share a diagram that shows sort of the area we're talking about here a little bit more clearly?
What I can do is I could send it very quickly to Alex if that.
You muted yourself somehow.
Okay. Alex, I believe Richard's going to send you a file if you could display that.
Yeah, I'll do it right now. Sorry, it's got too many things going on here at once.
And Mr. Mayor, I believe the language you were saying, it cannot exceed 10 feet in height, but any tree that is currently existing on the property may remain.
Yes, they're not blue view blocking because I didn't even notice them. So yes.
Okay. So they may continue to grow as they grow. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I didn't see a problem with what was there right now.
Okay.
Yes, Paul.
Can I suggest that the line from that corner would probably be easier to be drawn to just make it as true east. True east is going to end you up right about where that arrow is. And it's an easier thing to chart and talk about in the future. If you start at that northeast corner of the house, the distance over to the property line is, if you look at true east, it's going to come in very close to that arrow point. And it's nice for surveyors to have something that they can actually.
There you go. Is that what you meant?
No, it isn't.
Will that work?
Are we talking about this whole triangle, this whole rectangle?
Just trying to keep a view corridor. Yes, they can plant it, and obviously there's stuff already planted there, but just trying to prevent large trees from blocking view corridor. And the Dankers have agreed to that.
So then the condition would be that, so the motion would be to adopt staff's recommendation, but add a condition that limits new landscaping in the area depicted on this box to no higher than 10 feet.
Yes. So I have a second from Paul, right? You keep your second, Paul?
Yeah, that isn't what I thought you were talking about before, so I'm grateful that you put the box up, and I'm wondering if the Dankers we're visualizing the box. I see Jen's got her hand up. Jen's got her hand up. Sorry.
Yep. I can't unmute her. Oh, there we go. Hi, Jen.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, the box that I was visualizing was more in line with the angle of the Clooney's Ross house and the way they positioned their house on the property. This kind of is in our entire, that's what we didn't want, the entire corner of our property. Our east corner with the Lukoff / Clooney's Ross corner all the way down. So if you look at the angle that the Clooney's Rosses have placed their main house.
Oh, you mean turn the box to face it?
Yeah, that was their view. That was the view that they were trying to get, because I realized that we're trying to give them something they didn't have before the fire, but I think we offered pretty good proof that they didn't have a view through here before. So it feels kind of difficult to give them all of that when it didn't exist before.
So what are you suggesting?
That the shaded blue box be at the angle of their new house facing towards the ocean.
So it needs to turn.
Yeah, it needs to turn.
Just needs to rotate. Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, rotate.
Richard, do you think you can?
Are we getting carried away on the?
Can we manipulate, or can we use a pointer? Can Richard control the pointer to describe where the box would be?
Yes, that's fine with us.
Oh,
Oh.
look at that box.
There we go.
Is that
So now, here's my one question though. So we just rotated the box, and as you can see, it matches up with the main residence there on Stacy Clune's property. But did we want to keep the, I guess that would be the northeast corner of the box still in the northeast corner of the property line?
No.
Okay, so.
okay? So then the motion would be the same as before, staff's recommendation, but I assume that the bottom left corner would go all the way to the property line there. Is that correct?
Yes,
Mr. Mayor?
of course.
Okay. And then it would terminate at the property line over here. And
Right.
that,
It would not cross into other people's property.
yes, just to be clear for the record. And so then it would be staff's recommendation that to adopt staff's recommendation with an added condition that limits new landscaping in the shaded area, having the bottom left corner extend to the property line to the Clooney's Ross, and then only existing on the property of the applicant, and that any new landscaping put in that area shall not exceed 10 feet in height. Does that reflect your motion, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Trevor, would it be helpful to specify, like right now, that box is approximately 50 feet wide. Could we say that it's a 50-foot wide view corridor? That way we have some sort of
Okay.
some sort of boundary for the future?
Mr. Mayor, may I suggest that we add that it's 50 feet in width, and that it may be adjusted within 10 feet by the planning director?
Do you want that last part, Richard? On
Or do
you?
you not want that, Richard? I know. We're just
I
sort
saw
of
his eyes
thinking
go,
here.
wait, don't put that on me.
Now, at least I feel if we had that 50 feet, then that gives us some sort of boundary.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
In the future.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me rephrase
All right.
again. I believe the motion then would be to adopt staff's recommendation, but in an area approximately where this blue box is, about 50 feet in width, and then extending up to the appellant's property line and terminating at the applicant's property line, that any new landscaping in that area shall not exceed 10 feet in height.
Okay, yes. Can we have roll call, please?
But we need the second also.
I'll accept that.
Okay, can we have roll call?
Yes. Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti,
Yes.
Councilmember Farrer,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you, counselors. Thank you, thinkers. And I want to thank the public for their patience. I know that took quite a while. So I appreciate it, and we're ready to move on. We are now at 5A, appeal number.
We have to bring Bruce back.
Oh, yeah. Good call. Is Bruce? Oh, I think I see him. Hey, Bruce. Okay, we are at 5A, appeal number 19-002 and coastal development permit number 17-043 and associated entitlements on 29043 Gray Fox.
And to clarify for the record, Councilmember Euring has recused himself on this item as well, as we voted on this on the Planning Commission when it was there.
Okay, where this item was a little different, because weren't we closed with the public hearing on this one, or do we have to reopen it?
Do we have public speakers?
I would suggest that we take disclosures if there's any new ex parte communications since the last meeting.
Okay. I see Karen saying none. Paul?
I have none.
Oh, okay. Bruce?
I don't know if this constitutes ex parte communication. I had communications with the city's attorney to answer some legal questions.
Okay.
That would not qualify as an ex parte communication. It's a privileged communication and did not reveal any new information outside the staff report, unless I said something that you that you didn't see on the staff report.
Okay, and I did have a brief phone call with Don Schmitz, but did not learn anything, did not really even discuss this project in any merit.
I would suggest, since there has been contact, that you reopen the public hearing, allow it'd be just under oral communication, so everyone gets 3 minutes, with the appellant going second to last, or sorry, in this case, the applicant going last.
Okay, do we have public speakers on this?
Yes, so we'll have one speaker from the public, and then we have representatives of the applicant. So
Okay.
our first speaker is Mark Bowdy.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mark.
Perfect. This won't be anywhere near even a minute. So Mikey, just be careful when you get process-related objections from Bruce Silverstein. Don't get too caught up in the process. He is not a practical person. A lot of lawyers suffer from this. There is no basis for delaying or objecting to allow this Gray Fox development to go forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So now we have Don Schmitz and Fred Gaines signed up to speak for the applicant. So we'll unmute them both and see who wants to talk.
Okay.
This is Don. Am I coming through loud and clear?
Boy, are you.
Okay, great. So I have 3 minutes. I will keep it simple. I'm not going to rehash the merits of the project. I don't believe that's why I am speaking tonight. This has already been vetted ad nauseum. I would point out that there has been 7 hearings on this application, which has been pending for 4 years. Certainly a tremendous amount of statistical data was brought forward. I want to speak to the resolution and or the minute order. I think that's what the appropriate testimony is tonight. I think it does accurately reflect all the specific information. It makes the recommendations by your professional staff in regards to the consistency of the project with all the development standards in the local coastal program and the municipal code. There's a lot in there in the standard conditions as well, council members. Everything from the dark sky ordinance to upgrading the antiquated on-site septic system to a next generation on-site wastewater treatment system, the landscaping plan, the biological conditions that the city biologists put on there, making sure that the project's well under the impermeable lot coverage calculations, well under the total development square footage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that the only thing that was before this council in the last hearing was the consistency with the neighborhood character for the second story. I think it is incontrovertible and well documented that we have substantially reduced the size of the second story as directed by this council, that we've reduced it to a number which is the average for the second stories in the neighborhood. We've documented over the objections of some that in fact 57% of the homes in the area are second story. So at this point, it would seem, at least I would hope, that what is before you tonight is whether or not the wordsmithing efforts by your professional staff and the city attorney are passing muster, specifically with Councilman Silverstein. I did appreciate the councilman's comments at the last hearing, but at this point, I just want to remind everybody that everything has been looked at in very great detail. And so that at this point, it would appear that this is a matter of proper structure for the documents which need to be adopted by the city council. So with that, I'll wrap it up. I am available for any questions that you may have. And I very much appreciate this, which is hopefully the 8th and last hearing on this project. Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. We're back here at the council. Comments? Bruce?
I do have a question. I'd like to understand the legality of the alternative that's being proposed by the staff, which is to adopt the findings in the staff report, determine the project is categorically exempt from CEQA, and grant appeal number 19-002. I'm skipping some words, including demolition permit number 17013 and site plan review number 17014. Last week I had understood, and I could have been mistaken, that John Cotty explained that no matter what, this requires 3 affirmative votes, and that Malibu does this through resolution, that a minute order wouldn't change anything. But maybe I misunderstood, and I'd like to understand that before I decide what to do here.
Sure, I can pick that up. So it's not that you need to have 3 votes to take any action. It needs to have 3 votes in order to adopt a resolution. And the code does not require that the project be approved by resolution. You know, that's how we typically do it, since it's a convenient way to put forth the written findings for it. But it can be taken by minute order as well, since the council needs to be able to make a decision. It can't adopt a resolution. So then the alternative is to adopt it by minute order, and that's what's been prepared here.
Okay, I had understood John to say otherwise, so I'd like to be clear that you two are in agreement on that.
That's correct.
That we don't need to act through resolution. We can act through a minute order on a coastal development permit.
That is correct.
Okay.
Paul?
What are the disadvantages of operating under a minute order rather than a resolution?
Resolution is the better practice. You know, that's how we consistently do it here. You have all your written findings, presented in the standard format, the way that we always do it. Doing it through a minute order is less desirable, but it is something that can be done, and we have done it before in rare circumstances.
I didn't understand that to answer Paul's question.
Paul?
I think I understand that it's less desirable for the legal defense of the city to do it by minute order rather than a resolution. Is that correct?
Our preference would be that it's taken by resolution.
All right.
But it's not required.
All right.
I'd like to understand the answer to Paul's first question, which was, what are the detriments to doing it by minute order versus doing it by resolution? Not what your preference is. What's the detriment?
What's the detriment? They're both actions that are laid out and defined by the action themselves. With the minute order, then we're adopting it, taking the action, and then it's laid out through the staff report, which is not as clear and as concise as it is through a resolution. And it could lead to, ambiguity. It could lead to, challenge. It could lead to, arguments based on this is, differing from what our normal practice is. So those are the disadvantages, but it is the alternative, our last alternative that we have if the council here is unable to adopt this by resolution.
Paul?
Did we ever establish what the problem was, the perceived problem was with the resolution? And I guess that question goes to Bruce.
We did. We actually came to agreement on the entirety of the way the resolution should appear, subject to something further that I'm going to talk about. But yes, in form, we agreed on everything about the resolution.
You agreed on a change to the resolution that exists before us, or you agreed on this resolution?
I am, for reasons I'm going to explain, I'm not going to vote for this resolution, but I believe the resolution now is completely in proper form. Trevor and I went through changes I proposed, some additional changes he proposed, and we had a complete meeting of the minds. We agreed on everything.
Okay. More discussion or a motion?
So I'll wait till there's a motion before there's discussion.
Paul?
I make a motion that we pass the resolution as written.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay.
And that is recommend action number 1, correct? Adopting resolution 2102.
Yes.
Yes.
102. Okay, I see it. All right, any further discussion? Oh, Bruce?
Yes. So in going through the resolution, an issue occurred to me that I had not appreciated, and I'm embarrassed not to appreciate it because it's a substantial issue. Actually, 2 issues, and these are not procedural by any means. This is an appeal that does not, this is a review that does not in any way include the concept of neighborhood standards. We're all in agreement on that. That statute doesn't come into play at all. It's a neighborhood character. We need to make a finding, we and/or the staff would need to make a finding that the proposed project doesn't adversely affect neighborhood character. We also have to make a finding that it complies in all respects with the municipal code. Neighborhood in the neighborhood character provision isn't defined. It is defined in the neighborhood standard statute, which we're told not to use. In the neighborhood standard statute, neighborhood is defined as, neighborhood is defined. It's a very broad swath of the community, but for purposes of the neighborhood standard analysis, you look only at the homes within 500 feet. But that's not the neighborhood. The neighborhood is a much larger swath of the area. I don't see an analysis of the neighborhood with respect to which I can make a determination that this doesn't adversely affect it because I don't know what the neighborhood is. There's one definition of neighborhood in the code, which is very broadly basically any area that's not separated by a canyon or a river or a mountain or a very large road is the neighborhood, not just the houses within 500 feet. There's another statute that calls Point Dume a neighborhood. It's a parking statute. It says the Point Dume neighborhood. So I don't understand that there's a basis in here to make that finding. And that's not technical, that's very substantive. The other finding is that this doesn't violate the municipal code, or it complies with the municipal code. And the mission statement and the vision statement are part of the municipal code. They're part of the zoning provisions of the municipal code. And I do have concerns that this project is inconsistent with the mission statement, which again, I'm embarrassed not to have thought about that because that's a pretty substantial issue, one which I ran on my campaign on. So for those reasons, I don't believe that we have the appropriate record substantively to approve this project.
So, okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second, is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Unless there's more comment, let's have a roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Silverstein,
No.
Mayor Pearson.
I'm going to take a second and explain my upcoming vote. I spent a huge amount of time on this. I find this a very disheartening situation. Another neighborhood dispute that really, in my opinion, should have been solved and not ended up here with a 4-year wait, which is, I mean, this project's so old, I had to refresh my mind on it since I visited it enough time ago. I don't remember when the time was, as I disclosed at the last meeting. I think a number of things. I think I spent a lot of time reading back through the record and a whole lot of time. And the amount of different attempts to solve this in the neighborhood are unbelievable. The amount of meetings, the amount of letters, the amount of correspondence, Zoom meetings, it goes on and on. And one of the things that upset me in there, to be honest, with both sides, is that this was solvable and you didn't solve it. So that leaves me kind of not taking sides on this issue at all. So what I come back to then is neighborhood character. And that's a difficult one too. This is an incredibly hard pick if you're looking at neighborhood character. But when I look at the stats on the houses in the neighborhood and I look at what other houses are like, yes, it's not like for like, but it is, the second story is in the average of the neighborhood. So as Bruce went through his process, I went through mine, and admittedly, somewhat reluctantly, I'm going to vote in favor of this.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Don't thank me. I'm not happy about it, to be honest. I really feel like this needed to be resolved 3 years ago between neighbors, and it should have been. So anyhow, that's it. So motion.
Bring back Council Member Euring from the waiting room.
Oh yeah, good call.
It looks like he left the meeting completely, so just give us 1 second.
If he's smart, he's sound asleep. Or human, one of those two. I don't know if I've ever been in a city council or planning commission meeting with so much quiet time, like periods of just nothing happening. This is very unique.
Even kindergarten has quiet time.
Not this quiet.
I think we'll be on in just one moment, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
There he is. Hey, Steve.
Okay.
Okay. We're on to 5B. Once again, election of mayor pro tem. Been in a city council or planning commission meeting with so much quiet time. Oh, why do I hear myself being echoed?
Somebody's TV is delayed.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Euring, I think that your TV or live stream might be on.
I don't have any TV. I have no TV here at all.
Hello, hello.
I got.
I think we'll be on in just one moment, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
There he is. Hey, Steve.
Did we figure it out? Okay.
Steve, you have multiple Zoom windows open. The YouTube video is playing somewhere in another
Ah, okay, I got you. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, let me fix that. I'll be right back.
Can't make this stuff up.
Okay, that should have fixed it.
That sounds much better.
Yeah, I was watching you guys on YouTube and I couldn't get drawn away. It was mesmerizing.
We'll trust you. So Trevor, why are we hearing this item again? Can you explain it for us? Or revisiting this item, I should say.
I think we're bringing this back at the request of Council Member Silverstein.
I think what happened, Mikey, is we voted on the mayor pro tem before we were sworn in.
Yep.
And I think the issue was we should have been sworn in before we voted. Bruce made that issue, so we're bringing it back to try and rectify. Bruce, I'm speaking for, I'm not a lawyer. I didn't sleep in a Holiday Inn last night, so I'm guessing here.
And I gather from talking to a couple other cities that it's defendable in court, but nonetheless we do it.
We got to do it right.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, just to be clear, this appeared on the amended agenda Not at my request. I actually called the city attorney and said, how did this end up on the agenda? And he said that Heather looked back at the video and Paul Grisanti moved to bring this back, and it was seconded and approved.
I apologize.
Okay, that's great. Okay, do I have a nomination for
Mayor.
Oh, sorry, yes. Oh, we
Sorry,
have public speakers?
you have, yeah.
Of course, sorry about that. Thank you, Heather, for reminding me. Let's hear the public speakers, of course.
Yes, we have 5 public speakers. They are Bill Sampson, Mark Bowdy, Lloyd Ahern, Ann Payne, and E. Barry Haldeman. We'll hear from Bill Sampson first.
Okay, great. You there, Bill?
It would appear he's not in the meeting at the moment, so we can try circling back.
Yeah, we can circle back. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Mark Bowdy.
Okay.
Hello, all. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mark.
All right. I'll just caution the 3 of you, Karen, Mikey, and Paul, based on what I'm seeing out of Florida. There is 0 chance that it would make any logical sense to change the vote in any way. The findings in Florida are that Bruce Silverstein was involved in committing a fraud on the court. He and his law firm were sued for racketeering. The federal judge, this is very rare, devoted 15 days, I think, to a trial devoted to focusing on whether to sanction Bruce Silverstein for perpetrating a fraud on the court. This is somebody who cannot, at this point, be mayor pro tem. You did the right thing, and you need to stick with that decision, and I'll provide more information later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Lloyd Ahern.
Okay, can you hear me, guys?
I can hear you, Lloyd.
All right. Trust is the currency of politics. And Bruce, until you regain that trust, you're never going to be elected mayor pro tem. I would recommend you guys do the same thing you did last meeting. Paul, Karen, and Mikey vote for Paul. As I don't even know Mark, but I have the same feelings, and everybody in this town who's beginning to start to know about all of this with Bruce is that, you know, his trust is draining out like there's a hole in his pocket, and he doesn't know that all his money's falling out of it. So I would recommend that you go back to what you did before. I think Paul's going to do a great job, and I think we should just follow that tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker would be Ann Payne, but it appears she's no longer in the meeting, so we'll see if we can circle back in a moment so we can hear from E. Barry Haldeman next.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Barry.
Great. Okay. I'm in favor of confirming the vote previously made that Paul Grisanti be voted as the mayor pro tem. And I say that for the following reasons. First of all, there's no legal requirement I'm aware of that any one person is to be mayor pro tem as just after being elected. It's a tradition that has been varied in the past. Councilman Silverstein, unfortunately, has stated his position both before the election and after the election that he wants to get rid of our city manager. And as late as yesterday or the day before, he has specifically stated on social media that he cannot work with our current city manager. How can you have a mayor or a mayor pro tem who can't work with the current city manager and continues to malign her? In addition, I am hopeful that there is or will be, as soon as possible, an investigation by an independent labor attorney of the allegations of a hostile work environment allegedly caused by Councilperson Silverstein. Until that investigation is completed and a result obtained, I cannot see how Councilperson Silverstein can be given the title as mayor or mayor pro tem, whether ceremonial or not, because to the outside world, he will be considered a mayor or a mayor pro tem and representative of the city until the serious allegations against him are resolved. That will send the wrong message. And in addition, since there is a labor issue currently pending as to the treatment by Council Silverstein of our city manager, there should immediately be a buffer set up. That is, an intermediary between the council person and Ms. Feldman. Without doing so, continued direct contact between Councilperson Silverstein and Riva, as any labor attorney or logic would suggest, could create potential additional claims against Councilperson Silverstein and thus increase the liability of the city. I'm sure the city attorney and the attorney for the insurance company for the city would concur. Finally, I would reiterate my hope that the city, as soon as possible, would interview and hire lawyers who are independent of the city, that have experience doing investigations of the charges that Council Silverstein has made, that the city manager and the city staff has engaged in fraud, bribery, and illegal and criminal acts, so that we can move on with all the other issues we face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barry.
I don't see Bill Sampson or Ann Payne back in the meeting, so that concludes public comment on this item.
Yeah, I don't either. Okay, we're back at the council. Nominations for Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to nominate Paul Grisanti.
I'll second.
Okay, Bruce, I think your hand was up.
Yeah, before I speak to this nomination, I think that Mr. Bowdy should be given a quick opportunity to correct his statement that a court found that I committed a fraud, because that is an absolute false statement and it's libelous, it's defamatory. So if he wants to say that he misspoke, I welcome him to say so. But if he doesn't want to say he misspoke, that's perfectly fine too.
Well, I don't know that we're trying to have a court of law in here.
Well,
to be honest.
no, I'm just giving him an opportunity to correct his defamatory false statement of fact. I think it's in his benefit if he would like to do so. If he doesn't want to do so, that's perfectly fine.
Mark, do you want to raise your hand and respond? Well, I don't see any movement. I'm not sure if he knows how to raise his hand or not. So
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Perfect. Yeah, so let me respond to Bruce this way. Here's the concern, and I think
Mark, just say whether you believe that I was found to have committed fraud. I'm not asking for a speech.
So Florida appears
to
be
answer,
very,
if you don't want to withdraw the statement, Mark, that's fine. But you made a statement of fact. Don't make a speech. I know you're a lawyer. Do you withdraw it or do you stand by it?
No, I stand by it, Bruce. The concern is deeply founded, Bruce.
Thank you, Mark.
What happened in...
Okay.
Glad we have a record of that.
We have a motion and a second, and we have Steve.
Yeah. I keep doing this. This is like, okay.
Groundhog Day?
It's Groundhog Day. It really is. You know, look, and you and I have had this conversation, Mike, in different versions, whatever the heck it is. We are trying to work together and become a group that can make good decisions. That's what our job is. And in doing that, we don't have to like each other. We don't have, we're not, I'm sure I'm not on Paul Grisanti's Christmas list, okay? That's okay. But, our job is to identify the talents that our city council people have and figure out how we can take advantage of those talents to make the city better. That's that's at least what I believe. So I'm going to nominate Bruce. I did it before. He ran the election. He won. There has been a tradition in Malibu to do that. And if I think we want to start healing this process so we're all working together and doing so in a way that we respect each other, I think he should get that Mayor Pro Tem. So that's my nomination.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Bruce, nominate yourself.
No, you know what? Sure, I'll second. We already know what the result is, though.
Yeah, well, that's it. But just look, make them vote.
But I'd like to say something.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mikey. Go ahead.
I hear what you say, Steve, and I think your words were very good. And I like to think that tonight was a step in the right direction. I think, as Bruce quizzed me before, on whether I trusted him or not, I really look forward to getting there. And I really hope we do. I sincerely hope we do. And maybe we will. I think the last couple of weeks has been, I don't know how to vote for someone to be in line for mayor that's on social media making personal attacks on, I don't care about myself, but city manager, the city, as far as I can tell, other city council members. That to me doesn't reflect what we're looking for in our leadership.
Mikey,
I'm talking.
Go
and
ahead,
and I'm just being honest. And yeah, we've had a tough time, and I really hope we move forward. And I see signs that we are, and I'll be the first to embrace it when we can. So that I'm just being honest, and I really hope that we find that path. I think it's essential as a city council that we do it, and I think we hopefully can find a healing path. Bruce, you had your hand up first.
Well, if Steve wants to go first, I'll defer.
I'm just not sure. And two things. One, I'm not sure. Look, I got dumped on tonight by this Mark guy, right? I mean, we're the worst city planning commission the city's ever seen. Look, this is, I'm not going to respond to that. That's nuts. That's just people. But the question is, I think we've seen some movement in terms of making this city council work better together. I'm not sure what final step you want to see or what that step's going to be before you get there, but it's a process. It's like I said, in the very first time we did this, we're going to learn how to work together once we start working together, because that's what intelligent people do. We figure out how to talk. We figure out how to get stuff done. We figure out how to listen to the best idea and incorporate that into what we're trying to do. I'm hoping that's where we're going to get to.
I do too. And actually, when we took our little break, I walked outside and I said, we had a 5-0 vote. So, one baby steps.
Okay, so I'm done. I think you got to be fair to look, treat people like you want to be treated. That's sort of the rule.
Okay. I couldn't agree more. Yes, Karen. I think Karen was up first, then Bruce. Karen?
Steve, I'd like to thank you for those comments. The first thing I noticed that you said was we should start healing. I think as a city, as a council, I'm having a hard time picturing how we start healing when there is still harmful communication going out on a very regular basis by one of our council members on social media. I'm not sure how we start healing while we are still harming. Another thing you said was we should figure out how to talk. I couldn't agree more. We, again, have a council member who apparently the way he has figured out how to talk is to criticize, to insult, to throw claims out loosely that, as far as I'm concerned, appear to be unfounded. And the last thing you just said, Steve, was treat other people the way you'd like to be treated. I could not agree more. Until those things start happening, I'm not sure how we start healing.
We can keep peeing on each other's legs.
I'm not trying to pee on your legs, Steve. I'm using your words.
I understand my words, and I chose my words wisely, okay? Look, we have got to move forward. And if we're going to sit back and say, look, here's what it was 3 weeks ago, and I'm going to use that 3 weeks ago experience to define what I'm moving, we're never going to get there. We got to start Try.
I agree. I agree with you. And the social media posts that I'm seeing are not from 3 weeks ago. They're from the last day or two.
What else?
Try to argue with that.
What I'll send you tomorrow are all the articles Paul Grisanti wrote about me. All right, where he dumped on me as a decision maker on the planning commission. I'll send them to you. Tell me what
that's from this week.
No, but tell me what you think that is. If
I'm talking about this week.
I understand this week. All I'm saying is, look, if we're going to judge people, let's judge everybody the same way. All right.
Right. Let's talk about what's happening this week.
Okay, go ahead.
And this week we're voting on a mayor pro tem.
Okay. And
I've made a motion.
The process that says people who dump on other members of the city council, that's not an important issue for you?
It absolutely is. That's why I made the motion I did.
Okay.
Let's move.
I'm done, Mikey. I don't want to, I'm not
forward.
trying to get into an argument.
Let's move forward. We have a motion. We have two motions. The first motion was, I believe, Karen's, and seconded by Paul. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mikey, you called on me. I deferred to Steve to say talk first.
Sorry, you're on different sides of the screen. Sorry about that.
No problem. I'm going to start by saying, first of all, Mikey, I appreciate what you said. I truly do, and I believe you, and I think we'll get there. And that's and it's fine that we're not there today. I mean, it's fine with me. I get it. Karen, you too. I mean, look, I get that Paul and Karen don't like me. I get that there's reason for them to not like me. That's cool. Traditionally, this position has been an honorarium. It's bestowed upon the candidate who receives the most votes in the latest election. That's been a tradition. It's followed by the next highest vote recipient. It's actually embedded in City Council policy number 33. It's not a law, but the tradition is embedded in that policy, which talks about a rotation. And there's no such thing as a rotation if there is no rotation, but it talks about the rotation and it explains it. But that's okay. I didn't expect the vote tonight to be any different than it was last time, and I'm not advocating for it to be different, frankly. I was actually surprised Steve nominated me. I appreciated he did, and I couldn't not second that nomination, but I get that Paul's going to be voted in. That's fine. But the honor is not that of the City Council members to bestow. It's an honor that the electorate bestow. Bill Sampson spoke very eloquently about it before, probably more than I'll even come close to. Honor comes from the electorate. Honor flows from the electorate to the candidate who obtains the most votes. I've got that honor already. I'm fine with that. I truly don't care if I'm not going to be the mayor pro tem. I truly don't care if I'm never the mayor, because if we're going to have an honorarium that doesn't have the honor of the electorate, it doesn't have any honor to it. So it's perfectly fine for politicians to put themselves above the electorate and do what they want out of personal feelings of dislike for another candidate who was elected. That's fine. I get it. I get that you can't rise above your own feelings. So the position has been proposed by City Council members to go to someone other than the electorate chose. And Paul is going to vote for himself in a position that lacks honor, and that's perfectly fine. So let's just have a vote. I know how I'm going to vote, but I also know how the result will come out.
Roll call, please.
And Mayor Pearson, just to refresh.
Can I say one more thing? I'm sorry, one more thing. I commit to vote.
Late, but
fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to our last item.
I know. I just want to say that I will vote clearly, no matter who the person is, as mayor pro tem in 2022, whoever receives the most votes, whether it's one of you who run again or whether it's someone else, and it doesn't matter if it's my worst enemy, I will vote for them because that's what I understand the tradition to be. That's a commitment.
Roll call, please.
And just to refresh everyone's memory, for the roll call vote for the election of mayor pro tem, we're voting on all the nominations at once. So after each council member's name is called, they should announce the name of who they're voting for.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Councilmember Fair.
Paul Grisanti.
Councilmember Silverstein.
Bruce Silverstein.
Councilmember Euring.
Bruce Silverstein.
Mayor pro tem Grisanti.
Paul Grisanti.
Mayor Pearson.
Paul Grisanti.
Paul Grisanti's been elected mayor pro tem.
Cool.
Congratulations, Paul.
Thank you.
All right.
We're on to item 6A, and it's 11:14. Let's get moving here because I'm tired, and let's get this done. 6A, fiscal year budget 2021, second quarter financial report and mid-year budget amendments. Can we have a oh, Lisa, you are a hero. You've been hanging in there. I hope you're okay.
I'm doing okay. I'm ready. If you guys are ready.
I need some of your energy for sure. Okay, thank you. Let's do this.
Okay, I'll try and keep it brief and leave time for you to ask questions, and we can go over things in pieces. The item before you is the mid-year budget for fiscal year 2020-2021. In November of 2020, at the first quarter financial report, we projected the starting undesignated general fund reserve as of July 1st, 2020 to be $28.3 million based on the unaudited numbers. The final audited numbers confirm that the city ended fiscal year 2019-2020 with a $30.7 million undesignated general fund reserve, which is actually $2.4 million more than was expected at the time. These amounts have been confirmed by the city's independent auditors as final and have been included in the city's comprehensive annual financial report. Staff continues to monitor the continuing effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on revenues, but we are cautiously optimistic about the state of the city's finances. Next slide, please. Total revenue received through December 31st, 2020 was $22.9 million, or 41% of the annual budgeted amount. Many revenue sources are received on a quarterly or annual basis and will be reflected when the year-end report is presented. Next slide. General fund revenues were $18.1 million, or 56% of the annual budgeted amount. Next slide. The expenditure report includes all budget carryovers from the prior year, as well as any appropriations made by the council since July. Expenditures of all funds totaled $24.1 million, or 38% of the annual budgeted amount. Next slide. General fund expenditures through December 31st total $15.7 million, or 42% of the annual budgeted amount. And these lower amounts reflect our sort of conservative spending, our continued cautiousness as we navigate this continuing COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. The city's cash and investment report is included with the mid-year budget. At December 31st, 2020, the city had $62.3 million combined in its checking and investment accounts. Ruth Quinto, the new city treasurer, is preparing an update to the city's investment policy, which will be discussed by the Administration and Finance Subcommittee and then brought to the City Council. Next slide. As I mentioned, the city started the fiscal year with a $30.7 million general fund undesignated reserve. On November 9th, 2020, the City Council allocated $3.5 million to a designated reserve for fiscal year 2021-2022 for the operating expenses of that year, for a total of $4 million because $500,000 had previously been set aside. On February 1st, 2021, the A&F subcommittee recommended adding $2.5 million to this designated reserve for a total of $6.5 million. The fiscal year 2020-2021 budget relies on the one-time use of the Southern California Edison Woolsey Fire settlement funds in the amount of approximately $3.1 million. The designated reserve for the future fiscal year would cover those expenses in that year, as well as the city's $3.2 million debt service payments. Projections show that the economic impacts of COVID-19 will be continuing through at least 2022, and the city's revenues are likely to remain lower into next fiscal year. Having this reserve will enable us to fund operating expenses at the level that they are in this year's budget. If the council approves setting aside the additional funds, the projected general fund undesignated reserve at June 30th, 2021 is $25 million, or 80% of the city's annual operating budget. This reserve exceeds the city council policy mandating a 50% reserve, as well as the goal of maintaining a 65% reserve to ensure the city's high credit rating. I will also point out that the FEMA and OES reimbursements continue to show as a liability against the general fund, as these payments continue to take a while to be processed and received from those agencies. Next slide. The proposed revenue amendments are detailed on Exhibit A of Resolution number 21-04. There are increases in several general fund categories that are performing better than expected, and these include TOT private rentals, documentary transfer tax, parking citation fines, and a number of others. However, fees for many community services programs and passport services have been reduced in keeping with continuing COVID-19 safer at home guidelines. Next slide. The total increase in revenue is projected to be $1.65 million for the fiscal year, and we're showing that the proposed revenue budget will be $58 million. Next slide. Amendments to expenditures are also detailed in Exhibit A of Resolution number 21-04. This slide shows a proposed increase to general fund expenditures. They include a number of things in various departments, and notably a number of public safety items that were the recommendations of the Public Safety Commission at the ANF meeting on February 1st. The ANF subcommittee recommended adding a 3-month trial for an extra deputy patrol during the nighttime hours, and that's the $105,000 that you see there. That was a 3-month at $35,000 for those 2 deputies in a patrol car from the 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. patrol time. And then also looking at the total proposed general fund expenditures of $960,000, these additional proposed amendments will be offset by the increases in the revenue, general fund revenue. Next slide. The fiscal year 2020-2021 adopted budget and the August 2020 revisions to that budget provided for a total number of 88.67 full-time equivalent employees, which was a reduction of 9 full-time equivalent positions from the prior year. The proposed staffing changes in the mid-year budget would add 2 positions, a second deputy city clerk and a public safety liaison, in addition to reclassifying 2 existing positions. There is no fiscal impact to the proposed changes in the current fiscal year due to salary savings from vacant positions throughout the city. Costs associated with these positions would be accounted for in future fiscal year budgets. The ANF subcommittee recommended approval of the deputy city clerk position and the 2 reclassifications. The subcommittee, however, was split on its recommendation of the timing of the public safety liaison position and recommended it be discussed by the council. Next slide. The proposed changes in expenditures total $1.1 million and again are offset by the increases in revenue, thus maintaining a balanced budget. Next slide. The Administration and Finance Subcommittee discussed the amendments on February 1st, 2021 and recommended approval. Resolution 21-04 amends the annual budget for fiscal year 2020-2021. Resolution 21-05 amends the authorized positions and salary ranges for the fiscal year. Staff would also like direction from council on adding $2.5 million to the designated reserve for fiscal year 2021-2022. Next slide. And looking ahead, I just want to give you all a little bit of the schedule that's coming up for the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget. The budget will be brought to council for the first time at the end of April in the budget workshop. This is a council meeting that is only devoted to the budget and the work plan, and the council will get to make decisions at that time on its direction. Then the A&F subcommittee will review the budget and the general fund grant applications in May. The public hearing of the budget will be held later in May. And finally, the council will adopt the final budget in June. That's the end of the formal presentation, and I'm here to answer any questions, and I believe we probably still have some of our department heads if you have specific questions for them as well.
And I just wanted to jump in, first of all, to thank Lisa and all of our department heads and staff who really worked hard in putting together this mid-year budget, and just to point out how kind of amazing it is that we are in this great fiscal shape at this point in a very tough year following a previous very tough year for our city. And when we look at what other municipalities are experiencing right now financially, it's kind of miraculous. And so I'm just really proud of what we've been able to do for this year. So we're here to answer any questions and go into further detail on anything.
As always, a fantastic job by staff on this, and very impressive. And let's go to our public speakers, then we'll come back to the council.
We have 3 public speakers on this item. They're Joe Drummond, Doug Stewart, and Ryan. We'll hear from Joe Drummond first.
Okay, great.
Oh, thanks for letting me talk.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, it's very quick. Just because we're bringing up the budget again, I'm remembering that last year, some residents, we were asking for a view preservation permit fee for the Planning Commission to be reduced from, I think it's now $25.69 a year to $750 we were asking for. It's pretty prohibitive. We are actually the first group that's actually used the fee. It's in the Planning Commission stage right now. And so we had to get 13 of us together to try and raise $2,500. Plus, if it does go through, then we have to pay for the trimming of the trees and all of that, which will be probably a few $1,000s. It's been years since they've trimmed, and it's over 30, 40 feet now. So I just wanted to remind you guys if you could bring that back as an item, or if it's still under consideration with the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Doug Stewart.
Good evening, everybody. First off, I want to say thank you to the city staff and the A&F committee. I'm speaking on behalf of the Public Safety Commission. We wanted to do more than anything else to just highlight the fact that we have a lot of items that are special items in this mid-year budget. I think we're on pages 9 through 14. I don't know that we intended to be that big of a placeholder in your deliberations tonight, but we certainly feel like these are important. I won't spend a lot of time going over them, but I do want to highlight the ones that we thought were critical and just mention them to you. You've got $100,000 for homeless outreach and support for cleanup. We've already spent $40,000 this year just doing one cleanup project. I'm not sure that we're going to be able to collect money from the actual property owners, but it's essential we do these cleanups and worry about how we get paid back for them later. We've also asked for $60,000 for beacon boxes. I think Mayor Pearson certainly knows about those. There's an example of it in Malibu West, And they are, we believe, essential for the out-of-town fire responders that might be unable to connect either because there's no cell service or because they don't have the equipment that matches what the county has. Next, the $105,000 for a third car at night. All I can tell you is after the nighttime news until 5 in the morning, our city takes a whole different look, especially on PCH. And this is for a third car to be a traffic car. We have 2 patrolmen right now, 2 patrol cars, and when there's an emergency, they get pulled somewhere else in the city. And if it's at East Malibu, West Malibu is totally unprotected. We're minutes away. This will afford us an opportunity to have distributed policing plus enforce their parking rules. And we have street racing going on many nights in this city, and this is what this is aimed for. Next, I want to talk about $50,000 for VOP vehicle. We've been down to as little as 1 VOP car because one of them is in the shop, one of them is damaged. We need to have 4 cars, so we always have at least 3 that are running. Then we also want to mention that we'll be back to talk about surge traffic enforcement with the civilian service officers. The idea for this is when we have holiday periods and there's a lot of visitors, we need to be able to up the enforcement for parking somewhere between what the VOPs can do and what the deputies can do. And we think this will be self-paying. Then we also want to mention about this liaison for homelessness. We think that's an excellent addition to the staff. It's very essential that we have it because the public safety department has got their hands full with everything from fire department, sheriff, and so forth. Then lastly, we've got a bunch of unfunded items on here. All I can tell you is that we think all these are valuable, but we know the budget's not unlimited, but we appreciate your consideration. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug.
Our final speaker is Ryan.
Good evening.
Hi, Ryan.
I've heard her name mentioned, I think, only twice tonight, and that is that the city has hired a city treasurer, and her name is Ruth Quinto, and I've not heard her speak at all tonight. I didn't hear her speak at your last meeting or the meeting before that, or even the meeting where you hired her in November 9th. And I don't even know what she looks like. Not that it really matters. But I do need to know about the person that you're paying has reviewed not only this budget, but that will, is also working on this project, you say, going to go over the, well, anyway, that's the other item. But you don't have this person reporting to you as an independent thinker. You paid for someone's talent and expertise for their brain to address you in public, and it's not happening. I suggest you get on this because that is the third person that reports to you in your organizational structure. So I'm sorry about the lecture, but we're being shortchanged. I don't know if somebody told her to stand down, but she's not standing up. And I'd like to review the contract, and I think, are we paying for somebody who's not reporting to the city council in public? Because I don't see it. So let's go back to the administrative penalties, which is a way to increase revenues to the city. You can add a small additional charge that's included with all the other charges that are assessed for traffic fines that occur within the city limits. So when we have one of our motorcycle officers pull someone over, and it's coming out of our additional expense, that we see some revenue to compensate for that work. The big elephant in the room is not yet addressing the California Vehicle Code provision 2400.6, which is a discrimination against this city, specifically only the city of Malibu. That's a bigger legislative issue that you really need to work with Henry Stern and Bloom on these, getting that restored to the way it was when the city was incorporated. So the administrative penalties will go a long way if you can simply incorporate that and adopt it and do a comparison with some other cities of what they do, and maybe we can increase our revenues accordingly. So thank you, and I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Just quickly, we'll get to comments. Ruth did introduce herself to everybody in public, on Zoom, I should say. And the traffic fines were raised in the last, I don't know how many months ago it was. And that was a whole process that was also done in public. Maybe you just missed those meetings. So we're back here at the council for comments. Who wants to start? Steve, you were there, and I thought we had a great conversation, worked through a lot of stuff. So maybe you could kick us off.
I'm more than happy. You know, and again, just to put it in perspective, I got to take a look at the proposed budget on the Thursday or Friday before the Monday meeting. And Lisa and Reva were kind enough to sort of take me through a bunch of questions I had, so I got a better perspective of what the hell was going on. But it certainly wasn't as detailed and deep a review as you'd like to do. And my hope is that over the next couple of months, maybe working with Lisa, whoever, I can get a better, get underneath some of these numbers and learn a little bit more what's putting them together. So my approach looking at the Administrative and Finance Committee meeting was to do a couple things. One, to take a look at the financial picture of what the city had. And my conclusion was, look, the budget we have is solid. It's not great, right? But it is solid. I think that everybody did a great job based upon the criteria they were given by the prior city council. We've moved some of the numbers forward. So we're in much better shape than we were, like last year. I remember all the conversations were, it was a budget crisis, right? So we've moved from a budget crisis, I think, to a math problem, which I think is a good place to go. And my hope is that with this math problem, by the time I get to the next budget meeting, I'll have had a chance to go in deeper into some of this stuff and take a look at it. Now, that said, I think Mikey and I agree pretty much on everything going through there. There are only a couple places where we had some disagreement, and I'll come back and talk about those. But one of the things I do want to talk about, and this was brought up in the Administrative and Finance Committee meeting, was that there was a recommendation to take a look at the building fees moving forward. What are we going to do with those? Do we want to continue to waive those? And one of the things I learned, okay, was that the original city council policy said that we're going to waive fees for rebuilds that are like for like or like plus 10%, which is okie dokie. Everybody thought that was a good idea. That's not what's happening. What we're seeing happening is that people are coming in with a project for a new house, and they're breaking it down into two steps. The first step may be close to a like for like or like plus 10%. So those fees get waived. And then 5-6 days later, they come in with another 14 or 115 square feet of development they want to put on top of the house. Okay. And that is way beyond the like for like or like plus 10%. Now, Mike, and I've asked for some detail on the numbers, and I haven't gotten those yet, but the early responses I've received is that could have cost the city about $900,000 of permits, fees that were waived for houses that really didn't meet the definition of what the city council originally approved. At least I did. I mean, I read the code. I read what you said, and you said it's got to be like for like or like plus 10%. So my question is do we want the staff to continue down that process? I'm not asking us to change anything. I'm not asking us to, I'm just saying, is that what we voted on, or what, Mikey, what your city council voted on? And do we want to continue doing that until we get to the next budget meeting? That's one question. That's $900,000. I mean, that's your public service, that's your nighttime sheriffs, that's your review of the open properties we bought that we wanted to get the city involved with in terms of what we're going to do. So there's some bucks there. And we just got to figure out if that's what we want to do. Then from there, Mikey, I just want to go back to, I've had two changes, well, one change. Subsequent to our meeting, I got I got requests from the Public Safety Commission talking about this additional nighttime sheriff. And you had, and I agreed with you. You had proposed it. We put it out sometime in the, in spring or later spring, early summer, and see what it works. the words I'm getting from the Public Safety Commission is we need that position.
Now.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I got the same word. Trust me.
So I'm with you on that one. Okay. And then the other thing that I want to talk about is this public service person for the homeless that you and I disagreed on in the meeting. And at least my position is, look, we're like 2 weeks away or 3 weeks away, whatever the hell the time frame is, from having our meeting on homeless. And I don't know where that meeting is going to go. I've had people call me now. There are 3 different variations of what they're proposing we can do to deal with the homeless. And I don't know which one's right, which one's wrong, which one. So my suggestion is that don't put that position in now. Let's wait till we get to our meeting, see which way that meeting is going to go. And that may give us a better perspective of the kind of person we need or what the position should be and how that position should help us move forward. So with that, that's all I got, Mikey. So back to you.
Thanks, Steve. Paul, I see your hand up.
Yes, Steve brought up something, and I'd love to ask the question. When someone comes in with a second application for more square footage, that doesn't qualify for the accelerated processing, I don't believe. And I don't believe that that's free.
No, that isn't free. Yeah, I agree with you.
Can I ask Richard to turn on
hang on.
That?
Let me respond to Paul. What I've learned is, and I've chased down a couple of these, is that the person comes in with their first proposal on a Monday. 5 days later, when they get their fees waived on that one. 5-6 days later, they come in with the additional development they want to propose. So at least in my perspective, they knew what they wanted when they started. What they did is found a way to game the system. And that gaming the system probably cost us $900,000. At least that's the estimate we've got right now. So that's it. And on top, if you want to go more, okay, those houses never came before the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission never got a look at any of those properties, or they should have. Now, maybe that's okay with everybody. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. But you've got a process in place of the way the city's supposed to work. And if we're going to let people game us and get around it, we got another problem, I think.
Just to jump in, the A&F subcommittee did ask us to do an analysis of what Steve has raised, and we're in the process of doing that. And we'll have an item before you with all of that data at the next meeting. But Richard could maybe speak to some of the questions that you had, Paul.
Councilmember Grisanti, what you said is correct. Anybody who comes in with an addition beyond the 10%, that's treated as new development as it would be anywhere in the city, regardless if it's in the fire area or outside the fire area. We look at it like, for example, tonight, where it wasn't going beyond 10% in square footage with the Fillory Heights. It was an issue with going beyond the height of what was there in one area before. That was a site plan review. It went to, got all the public notices that were associated with it. Last week, there was an item on Cuthbert at the Planning Commission, and that item there was brought to the Planning Commission specifically because someone had obtained a planning verification for the house to be rebuilt. They came in with an addition. That scope of work was beyond what would qualify for an administrative approval. So that was brought to the Planning Commission. So we are making certain that new development is treated as such and is consistent with the exemptions that are both in the LCP or any exemptions in our MMC.
So Richard, are you telling me, because you and I dealt with that house that I found when I looked at the administrative review, all right? And I think when we looked at that, you and I both agree that what happened was they came in with a plan, we waived the fees. 6 days later, they came in with an additional 1,400 square feet, which we charged them for, but it took them way over the like for like or like plus 10%. And basically they gamed the system.
So on that house, yes, the planning, that specific one, it was like February 20th, they submitted for a planning verification. 6 days later, they came in and they applied for an addition to the house. We charged them for that addition. There was waiving there. And that addition was checked. It qualified for an exemption from the requirement of a coastal development permit. And the simple addition of square footage to a home, in that case, just required a site plan review. They didn't skip a planning review requirement.
I'm not arguing about what they did. Look, I don't care. Again, guys, my point is this. The city council voted on a set of rules. They said, here are the guidelines we want to use. And I think if you're on the city council and you do that, you've got some perspective that if I vote for it this way, this is what the impact of that's going to be. Here's how many dollars I'm going to have to spend to do that. Now, once I vote for that and the rules get changed later on, okay, which is, I think is what we've done, it takes away my ability to make good decisions because I think it's going to cost me here. And all of a sudden somebody down the line is changing the rules and costing me more than I thought it was. I don't think that's a good way to do business. I don't think it is.
Bruce?
Yeah, I have some other more comments about that, but on this issue, it just seems to me like Steve's identified a loophole in the fee waiver. And maybe this is something, not now, but maybe we can close that loophole up with saying something to the effect that the fees are waived so long as after getting the fee waiver, the house is not materially altered, in which case you forfeit the fee waiver if you do that. I think that's what he's getting. I think that's what Steve's getting at.
Now, what I'm getting at, my problem is we changed the rules. The city council voted on a set of rules that made a lot of sense. We were trying to help people come back and rebuild, and we wanted to give them a break. And I got no problem with that, okay? But what happens is, as I started doing more research and started looking at some of these houses, what you found was people found a way to game the system. They found a way to waive the damn permit fees.
We got you.
I understand. And I got a problem with that.
Paul? Sorry. Yeah, Reva?
The item will be back before you at the next meeting so that you can.
That's not the question. The question is, when I asked that question, everybody told me this is okay to do. What's it okay for us to do?
Okay, hang on. Let's discuss.
And if it's okay, you guys voted for it. Tell the staff that it's okay to do that. If it's not okay to do that, let's tell them to stop it now and deal with the stuff the way it was voted for. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. Paul?
Just to raise my voice one more time to hopefully end this. If a person waits a year after they build their house to apply for a permit to remodel and add the same square footage, it would just be, if we're talking about this, it would still not result in a trip to the Planning Commission, correct, Richard, or am I wrong?
That is correct, provided there's not something they're doing like a septic upgrade or some sort of trigger. Right. Within the exemptions.
Okay.
And can I ask a question too quickly? So a lot of the older homes burned down. So I'm wondering how that factors in. And I have a feeling part of it that factors in is things are so expensive in Malibu that what we constantly see at the Planning Commission is people try and maximize the size of their lots. I think we're seeing a little bit of that. And I'll bet you some of the people are burned down who are absolute, I'm going to guess, they're done. So they're going to maximize a lot and sell it. So I'm sure there's a bit of that. So I think we're not seeing just one thing. We're seeing a number of different things here.
We're seeing one thing, Mikey. We're seeing a situation where it's the architects or the residents have figured out how to game the system.
Well, let me ask you a question here. Does
Mr.
that
Mayor?
situation, yes.
I just,
it's not agendized.
we haven't really agendized this item. So if
Good point,
we're
good
going to do a real big debate about it, I think we should just
Trevor,
I do want to get in a
Trevor,
big debate about
Trevor,
it.
It's in the staff.
I
report.
apologize.
This item is identified in the staff report, and it's sort of like the situation. If I saw the city staff throwing money out of the windows of City Hall, I would bring it up and say that's a wrong thing to do. That's what I'm doing here. It's identified in the staff report. I just want a comment from the existing city council. Is that what you wanted to see happen? That's all I want to know.
I don't have an answer for it. I'd love to know more stats about it, to be honest. Personally.
Here's the process, Mike. I build a house.
I hear you, Steve. I understand you.
You know, I'm just, what is confusing about that process? Did you guys?
I didn't say anything was confusing about it.
Is that what you voted for?
I voted for people to be able to rebuild their homes.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
$900,000, guys.
How people interpret that's the thing worth exploring. That's interesting.
We're going to be talking about this in the next meeting, right?
Yes, we are. We're going to talk about the next meeting. Let's agendize it, get some stats,
Bruce.
And get into it. So, Bruce.
Okay, well, Paul, were you finished with your questions or comments?
I just said good point, Bruce.
No, I know. I'm asking if you were finished with your questions or comments because I didn't want to interrupt.
I'm finished with my questions and comments, and I apologize for provoking the discussion.
Okay. All right. So I have a few big picture items here that I want to ask about and talk about. The first is there's a statement on page 4 that the fee waivers are estimated to bring, and this is not on the whether they're being gamed or not, but they're going to be a total of $5.8 million. I had understood, and perhaps incorrectly, that when the settlement with SCE occurred, it was represented widely that the city had basically recovered all of its losses. I mean, maybe not to the penny, but basically the city made a big list and it got back what it lost. Was the fee waivers, the estimated fee waivers, not included in the list of what we were recovering in the $13 million settlement? And if it was, I don't really understand why it's in the budget the way it's in the budget, because I would have thought it gets paid out of the settlement. That's
not included in the settlement.
It's not. We didn't request that.
Can I clarify?
Yes.
So it was requested as part of the settlement, but the settlement did not give us 100% of the city's claims. The settlement was a percentage of claims from all the people who submitted, all the cities that were part of our action. And so it was factored in, as were the costs to repair the roads once all the rebuilding has happened, projected costs for rain cleanup, in areas where we don't have soil protection, all kinds of improvements, our portion of the FEMA costs. And so it was a very large calculation, and I don't have the numbers in front of me tonight, but the city did not get 100% of what it asked for. It got some percentage of that.
Okay, well, I distinctly remember attending the meeting at which the settlement was approved, and perhaps my understanding of what was represented to the public was wrong, but I had thought that something was said to the effect that this was essentially 100% of what was requested. So perhaps I misunderstood that. Maybe I'll go back and review the tape if there is one. The next issue I have, and by the way, so public safety, we can't spend too much on public safety if it's actually going to give us public safety. So to the extent that we might be able to get somebody additional for public safety sooner than later, great. I think we absolutely need that. Oh, there was reference to Ruth Quinto. By the way, I do remember Ruth introducing herself. I was very impressed when she did so. I would like to understand why she's not part of this process tonight, or if she has been, maybe it's just not shown. Occasionally, something is said to have no fiscal impact. For example, the statement that adding some new employees would have no fiscal impact, and then the explanation is because we reduced some and the payments won't occur till next year. I mean, to me, that's just playing games with words. That's not financial reality. Financial reality is you add people, it has fiscal impact. It increases the costs of running the city. I would like to understand things that way rather than in accountant speak, which I always had problems with that when I was looking at accounting issues in major corporate matters. Accountants play games, and I don't mean inappropriately, but they play games that the words they use don't mean the same thing that they mean to real people. And what matters to me when I'm budgeting is what are we actually spending, not how does it appear on paper after deductions and things. There's an item on there. I want to say there's an item on the agenda on the budget for $1,075 for a cell phone for me. You can take that off. And you've also saved $1,700 by not giving me a computer that I declined because I saw that was in the budget. They were both $1,700. $60,000 for professional services in connection with the school separation issue. I don't recall that having been discussed when the decision was made to go forward on that. I just think that should be noted that that's a price that probably should have been referenced some time ago. I agree completely with Steve on the $100,000 for homeless outreach and support. I don't recall if that's the additional person or something in addition to the additional person, but it seems to me that that's putting the cart before the horse because we are going to be having this homeless meeting. And I don't think we ought to be now making decisions about, that's a pretty substantial expenditure when we don't yet know what the plan is going to be. And I also wouldn't want our decisions to make expenditures now to be loading the dice, so to speak, or increasing a probability that we'll be going a certain direction when we wouldn't necessarily be. I appreciated that Doug said that the cost of cleaning up Tuna Canyon really ought to belong to the private property owner. I don't understand why we will have difficulty collecting that. That was a nuisance that was created by a private property owner. It had potential for substantial public harm. We've seen 3 fires just in the last couple months from that area. If a private property owner doesn't clear their land, we come in and clear it for them and charge them. I would think that when they are allowing homeless encampments on their land and they create a public danger, they should be responsible for the cleanup cost. So I'm not sure why we're incurring that cost. There's an item for $30,000, or maybe it was more, for a film permit consultant. I'm sorry, there's actually already $30,000 for a film permit consultant. There's a proposal to add another 40 or 50 for an additional person to fill that role. And that's based on a projected $60,000 increase in income. So as I understand that, we think we're going to get $60,000 more. We don't have that in the bank, but we're going to commit now to spend another 40 or 50 to pocket that 60, if I understood it correctly. No, the 60,000 is already in the bank?
No, so what we do is we amend the expenditure budget so we have the authority if we need to spend it. The film permit consultant is only paid if there's revenue collected accordingly. So they only get paid if there's revenue collected. And if not, then they doesn't pay. But it gives us the authority to spend that if we need it, if we collect those funds.
Okay, so the $60,000 though, that's a projected revenue from film permits, right?
It's a projected revenue and a projected expenditure, but the expenditure won't happen if the revenue is not collected.
But if we do receive $60,000 without having spent the $48,000 to get it, why are we then spending the $48,000 afterwards? It seems like that doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why we would be increasing our expenses if we're able to capture those revenues anyway. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it.
The two are tied together.
Yeah. So we're only going to get the 60 if we spend the 48?
Well,
Opposite.
Yeah.
Think of it this way, Bruce. The film consultant is working on commission.
Okay, is that what it is?
Basically.
Yeah, they have a fee for when there's a film shoot. They don't get paid if there's nothing happening.
They get a percentage of the fee collected. So if a fee is paid, they get paid by a percentage of that fee that's collected. But they don't get paid if there's no fee collected.
And what percentage is that?
It's at 75%. And that's explained in the staff report.
Okay.
And
75. We pay 75%. Okay.
They do all the work. None of those calls come to the city staff. The consultant handles the entire thing, all the inquiries, making sure that all the permits and insurance and everything is collected, and if monitoring is needed, and they arrange for the fire department when that's required. So all the work happens through them and not city staff.
I understand that one now. Thank you. I appreciate that. The beacon boxes, I raised that earlier when the fire department representative was here. It sounds in concept like a good idea. I did note his saying, beware of buying snake oil. It's my understanding, and I could be wrong, that the reason that the fire department didn't go into the canyons or didn't do what we would have liked them to have done in the Woolsey fire was not because they didn't know where things were. They were on order to stand down from certain areas because of a perceived danger to them. It wouldn't have made a difference if they had more information. Now, maybe these beacon boxes provide better information for our residents or in other circumstances, but I understood the rationale for it was when the out-of-town fire department comes in, it'll give them a better ability to get into areas that they might be less familiar with. And it wasn't my understanding that that was the reason they didn't go into the neighborhoods. So I question whether that's a appropriate expenditure.
That happened in our neighborhood big time. The first unit to arrive was from San Diego, and he came in, and I was trying to save a house, and I saw him a couple hundred yards, and I ran down to ask for help, and he's like, I'm not going up there. I'm not going up there. It looks like a box of candy. I'm like, it's not. Trust me, it's fine. You can turn around. And he turned around and left, and we lost 4 or 5 houses in the next hour right there.
So some of the information that's in the beacon boxes is not only laminated maps that show where all of the hydrants are, they show where the turnarounds are, they show where there are safe refuge areas, and they also show what neighborhoods have an egress route and which ones don't, so that they can see that as they go in. So it also will show what areas have burned and what is a higher propensity to burn first, so they know where to direct their resources. And as was mentioned earlier, they also have QR codes in the boxes, and there's also flash drives. So it helps when there's a lack of connections to the resources that they have, that they typically get that mapping information.
Yeah. And they actually
as a comment too.
And I understood all that. I'm just, has the fire department signed off on the value of having that particular information available in these boxes?
Yes, absolutely.
It was developed with multiple multiple counties actually. So, and it shows actually the path of, not only the path of expected fires over, historically, but which streets are most vulnerable, which homes are safer. So it gives a lot more information than it seems.
And it's just going to be another tool in our toolbox. What we're trying to do is amass as many different things that we can do to address the many, many problems that we have.
Okay, so just one last point, and I agree. I mean, as I said at the beginning, we can't spend too much on public safety. I just was questioning whether that was really going to increase public safety. It sounds like others who've put their heads together believe it is. I'm not going to second guess that. On the homeless outreach, page 41 of 64 says that there, I believe, was 90,000 spent. Maybe I misunderstood that. And that and I thought I saw also that there's a to be spent, maybe another 100. Am I misunderstanding those things, or are they two separate items or one and the same? Page 9 and page 40.
So there's 2 different items related to homeless. The one that you had mentioned, the $100,000 is for the cost of cleanups of encampments. The Administration Finance Subcommittee did approve adding that into the budget because it's obviously unknown what cleanups can cost, and they're considerable and something that just continues to have to be done. We've been cleaning up Legacy Park on a weekly basis, and as soon as we clean it up, it's back again. So, and we're seeing that we're trying to collect and recover those costs from private property owners, but at this point that's unknown, so we include it as an expenditure, and if we get it back, then that's great, and if not, we've covered what we had to spend. And then the other question,
I have it, Reva. On page 41, I believe you're looking at the carryover funds from the prior year. There's $94,000, and that is because there were unspent funds from the people concern the housing navigator and some of our outreach that was in last year's budget but remained unspent because they did not have a housing navigator for a certain period of time. So we're carrying over the funds because the contract is still in place. So we need the authority to have that expenditure authority.
Okay, thank you. That helps me a lot. I think that is the extent of my issues. Oh, one last thing. Is it correct? What percentage of the fiscal year have we currently accounted for as of today?
On this particular report that you're looking at, it is a mid-year, so it is through December 31st. So it's 50%. So it's 50%.
But as you dive into the numbers, always remember the money doesn't come in and go out like on an.
I understand that.
Yeah, which always kids at first it always is a little confusing. That you're like, wait, why?
Well, there are TOT taxes coming in, and there's still more stuff coming, right?
And then property tax hits, twice a year, and expenses flow a different way.
Okay, the one that's odd, just let me ask one last question. The one that's odd was vacant land. The percentage spent for the fiscal year estimate is only 2.6% so far. Is that back end loaded?
So that's the debt service payment. And again, it's just when the debt service payment hits, and it's based on when the bonds were issued and the timing of the first payment. So when you see the year-end report, you'll see that the payment was made in full. And we have a lot of payments that are made sometimes once a year, sometimes at the beginning of the fiscal year, sometimes it's towards the end. So it's never going to be a straight line on our expenses.
That's a one-time a year payment?
I believe so. I'd need to look into the detail of it, but I
think there's two different things. The debt service is twice a year on the vacant land, but then there's also the on the vacant land we have to pay the wastewater assessment, and that is one time a year. And I believe we're making that payment now, so that wouldn't have shown up in the first half of the year.
Got it. So that'll be practically the entire amount that was budgeted.
It will be the entire amount. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So that's an exact amount. And just for those of you who maybe don't remember, when we purchased the vacant land, there was an assessment that went with the first phase of the Civic Center water treatment facility that we will be paying on an annual basis, just like the other property owners. But for the city's properties that are in that phase, we prepaid those assessments when we first created the assessment district. So City Hall and the Legacy Park properties, those were all prepaid. So that's why you don't see those annual assessments for those properties.
Thank you very much.
Steve?
I don't know how much more. I mean, I think based upon the last time we talked, there were two things that we had discussed. One was, do we want to put that extra sheriff in place sooner rather than later? And my recommendation would be to do that. I'll make a motion to do that unless somebody wants to argue with that.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. And the second thing is the homeless person, the additional homeless person. That I just think we should wait until it's 3 weeks away. Let's find out what we think we're going to do then, and then make sure we're allocating the money and the resources in a place that's going to help us move forward. So I would just hold off on that one until I get to the end of the meeting.
And one thing that you could do if you wanted on that is just to approve the job description at this point in time, or we can bring it back.
Well, I don't even know what the job's going to be depending upon where we go. I mean, like I said, I've had people call me with 3 different versions of what they think our homeless response should be. So I'd like to get some of those vetted before we start putting people in place.
That's fine if we want to wait. I think that'll be all right. We can bring it back whenever we want.
Yeah.
Because I don't think 3 weeks will be enough time. I think we need.
And maybe, but at least give us. So those motions do those two things: put the sheriff in place immediately, do the
push one up, push one back.
Push one back.
Can I ask a question about the sheriff? If we're moving it in place immediately, do you still want it to be a 3-month trial, or are you looking at extending it further into the fiscal year?
Sorry, Mikey.
I think what would be nice, and this is something outside of my peruse on this, is that if we could, on this trial, if we could see stats on the impact of that person. And I don't know how that's measured or how to ask for that to be measured. I know they give us general stats, but is it possible in a 3-month trial that we want to see the impact so we can judge whether to spend that money or more money afterwards?
So just absolutely. I just want to caution that because we're already towards the middle of February, I would assume that we're not going to be able to have this start until the beginning of March. So we had proposed it for April, May, and June. So we would have it for a 4-month period. And hopefully by the time we get further into the next year's budget development, we'll be able to have some data for you. But I think we'll be able to get that pretty quickly from the station, and I'll work with them on getting it.
And Mikey, I would agree with you. The only thing I would suggest is the public safety guys have been working this thing pretty hard. I mean, maybe they can give us some perspective of whether it's working or not. I'd like to hear from them when we get to the end.
They would like stats too.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, but I want to make sure they get involved in telling us what's going on because they've got a good handle on this thing.
Okay. Karen?
Question, do we need to go ahead with this motion first or are we still in open comment?
No, we can, when it comes down to the staff's recommendation with the 2 proposed changes from Councilmember Euring, if you have anything else you want to add to it, we can do all in one motion.
What do you have, Karen?
Thank you. Without repeating everything everybody said, I do want to say thank you to Lisa and Riva and everybody who's worked on this. And I do appreciate the conservative projections so that we'd rather be pleasantly surprised than horrified or something less than pleasantly surprised. I haven't heard anybody mention the additional VOP car, and that's always on my mind. The VOPs, I think, add so much value. We really ought to do everything we can to support them. We have people who are our friends and neighbors who are working an incredible number of hours as volunteers, both in their training and then as the time they put in the field, which frees up sheriff's deputies to do things that the VOPs are not empowered to do. I would really like to do what Doug, who happens to be my public safety commissioner or my appointment, do what he outlined tonight and go ahead and get us another VOP car. And I hear from some of the,
It's in here.
Yeah.
I want to move ahead with it, and I'll tell you, I do hear from some of the VOPs that I happen to bump into. There's been a car out since, I think over a year, and there's been a car that I don't think has ever even been put into commission. There was some registration.
It's in the process of getting equipped. It was a hiccup with the county, let's say, but we've worked through that. And just while we're thanking the VOPs, I do want to point out that we budgeted for parking citation fine revenue $700,000 for this fiscal year. And to date, as of December 31st, they've brought in $723,000. So we've already exceeded in the 6-year mark. And so, one, that's a reflection of the number of visitors that we had here over the summer, but really the good work. And I would say probably good 75%, if not higher, is brought in by the VOP. So a big shout out and thank you to them.
And the
budget's money well spent.
The money's already in there, Karen, for that VOP car.
Right.
That's already included.
Yeah.
Right.
We all agree with you. That's their gold. Anything else, Karen, before I move on? Or?
Thank you.
Okay, Bruce?
Yeah, and I agree with that. I thought that if we approve this, it includes all of what Karen was talking about. That's good. The last issue I had, I forgot, was the additional assistant city clerk. If we need one in the interim, fine, I get that. I would hope that we would be looking into additional expense, if necessary, to get a more efficient system in place for reviewing and producing public records, because it doesn't make sense to me that we should need to hire more people to do something which ought to be substantially automated. So I don't know where our technology audit stands, but I've heard from a lot of professionals that have spoken to me that are in the technology area, and they've said that they don't understand what the holdup is with responding to public records requests, that we would need so much man hours.
Bruce, what you're recommending, I spoke to Lisa and Reva about and asked them to fund my new company. We're probably going to figure out how to do that. So I don't disagree.
Well, and I think
I do think there's an opportunity there. Yes.
Yeah, it's not a discussion for tonight, but I think high on my list that I'm not bringing up now is money for technology in general.
Yes, Mike.
We have a lot of technology needs in planning all over. We use way too many different softwares, and I think that's something, but that's going to be a bit of money, and it's not quite on the budget yet. Maybe for next year we can start that process, which I think would be a huge service to the citizens of Malibu.
You know, every dollar we don't spend on better technology now, we spend more of that perhaps on people over the long run.
Okay, so I'll stick with my two motions.
Waiting.
I'll stick with my two motions.
So would that be the staff's recommendation, but with those two?
Staff recommendation with, we're going to bring in the sheriff in March and get them going, let them run through June. And we want to get some responses back from them in terms of stats of what we're getting for that money. And then the second thing, my motion was to hold off on this additional homeless person until we go through the meeting at the end of the month.
And I second it, so I'll keep that second.
And can I ask for a clarification, because we didn't put it in the formal recommendation, recommended action, but we do request that you discuss whether you authorize setting aside an additional 2.5 million into the designated reserve for next
I'll make a motion to include that also. Yes.
And I will second that motion. Absolutely. Fantastic job.
Yeah, you guys did good. Okay.
So we got through our whole agenda tonight.
Not yet. We got to vote on it.
Yeah, really. It's like ahead of ourselves. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have roll call, please?
Yes, 1 second. Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Matt, do you have a word? Mayor Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, guys.
Okay, I want to thank everyone for all your hard work, and we did get through. We're only a little bit late. Sorry to the staff that we kept you up late. Appreciate everyone's efforts. And a motion to adjourn, please.
Adjourning in memory of
Paul Burns.
Paul Burns.
Yes. Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
If that's a motion from Councilmember Euring, we do need to do a roll call vote.
Second.
Let's roll call it.
Roll it.
Councilmember Euring?
Bet your life, yes.
Councilmember Fair?
yes.
Councilmember Silverstein?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grisanti?
Yes.
Mayor Pearson?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, everybody.
Good evening, guys. Adios.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.